Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Now I think you can all hear me. So welcome to the closing event of GREAT, or welcome to the GREAT closing event, or the so-called Green Deal Data Space. I'm very happy to see so many of you coming here, so thank you so much for attending the event also in person. And if I'm not wrong now, we also have the live going on, so we have some online joiners, so welcome also those that are following our event online. So I think I see a lot of familiar faces, but if you don't know me, my name is Nevena Ratsko, and I'm a project manager at IDC. IDC is or was responsible for the project coordination of the GREAT project. And today we are here to see the outcomes. So this is the ending of the project that we started more or less 20 months ago. So we started back in 2022 in September. And today the aim is to show you what we did in these past 20 months. You know, all the work, all the results. Of course, if you are familiar with the EU projects, there are always some ups and downs, some funny moments, but I think we can say proudly also in behalf of the consortium that we did a very good job, or at least I'm very proud of the work that our consortium did, and today you will hear about that. So just moving very quickly and just to see what is coming ahead. So today we will start with some opening remarks from the Commission and also from the EARSC, and then you will hear once again from IDC as well. Then we will jump right into the results. So we will have our work package leads presenting their work. And I would like to say that this is an event that we want to make interactive as much as possible. So please feel free to ask questions, to jump in. The idea is that we exchange ideas in case you didn't understand something. Really, this is the place where you can ask it. And then we will have a nice lunch. So we will have lunch in the area where we had the coffee. So we will go back there to have a quick lunch break. And then we will have some panel discussions. So first, we will start with a panel from the practitioner perspectives, where we will discuss why do we need data spaces. And then we will have another panel discussion where we will look at the data spaces from the implementer's perspective and try to understand, how we are really going to make them. You know that this was a preparatory action, so this wasn't a technical project, so to say. It was a CSA. So really the idea is that maybe also through these panel discussions you will have some extra about the global view of the data spaces, but also more specifically about the Green Deal data space. So with that, maybe just super fast, I also want to say thanks to the consortium first, of course, also to the Commission, to the EARSC, to everyone, to the big community of practice. Of course, your contribution was crucial to the success of the project. We needed a lot of input from different partners, different users, and really, even if you just filled out a survey or just filled out a question, or even if you just read our deliverable or shared comments, that was something that we truly appreciated. So thank you from my side, and then let's start with our first speaker from, yes, this is for the online audience, sorry. And then I think we can start with our first speaker, Johan Bodenkamp from DG Connect. Johan, the floor is yours.
Yes, it works. Okay. So good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here as the Commission Connect project officer responsible for the GREAT project. So I'm happy to give these introductory remarks. Now, the GREAT consortium has worked very hard in the last 20 months really to lay the basis of the future Green Deal data space that we envision in the European data strategy. And with the creation of this engaged community of practice, the technical blueprint, the governance scheme, the priority data sets, the roadmap that GREAT is going to present today, GREAT really delivers important building blocks for the gradual deployment of the Green Deal data space. Now, this important preparatory work and the need to has to be taken up by the future deployment project or projects that are going to be funded very soon. As you know, there is an open call for a total of 8 million euros. And specifically, the legacy, the great results are mentioned in the call. That means that the project that will in the end start deploying the Green Deal data space will need to take up this important work that has been done. As Nirvana said, this is a preparatory action, but it is important to take that into account to start gradually deploying a Green Deal data space. At the same time, some relevant Horizon Europe projects have been mentioned. So really also we as a Commission try to make sure that relevant projects are taken up and are not left behind in all the important work that has been done. Now, we hope, of course, that a lot are currently working on strong proposals with consortia for the deployment of the Green Deal data space. And it is really great to have seen in the last 20 months the dynamism of the great project with all the consortia partners, also including very strong outreach activities, including presence even in a conference fully paid in Australia and being also in San Francisco, where the great project was retained to present the results. So that's really great to see. I mean, of course, a data space doesn't stop at the EU borders. All this work has been done in close cooperation with the Data Spaces Support Center. So again, I'm very happy to see that this is part also of the program, and I'm happy to see Anna here that represents the Data Spaces Support Center, because they have this important task to really coordinate all the various data space initiatives, including the Green Deal data space, and bring that to a logical whole. So thanks for that. Now let me just very briefly tell to you where we as a Commission stand with the implementation of the European Data Strategy, because the GREAT project is a concrete part of that strategy. And it's all about implementation now, implementation and consolidation. So it concerns the different legal aspects, so the legal pillar of the European Data Strategy, as well as the concrete rolling out of the common European data spaces. Now, when looking at the legal framework, we have, of course, the Data Act. The Data Act entered into force and will be applicable next year in September 2025. So there's still a bit of time for stakeholders, for member states to prepare, but time passes very quickly, and the focus really now from our side, from the Commission, is on outreach. So we are organizing a whole series of workshops to inform important sectors and domains of the Data Act, what it all entails. We have done it for retail, agriculture, construction, healthcare, etc. And we pay particular attention that this also includes stakeholders that maybe have not yet participated in the legislative discussions and therefore are maybe less acquainted with the Data Act. So it's really about informing and making sure that stakeholders are aware of the opportunities that the Data Act offers. The next workshop is beginning of May for the aviation sector, just to give you a concrete example. Now, the Data Governance Act. You all know it by heart now, of course. It's applicable since September 23, right? So what have we done as a Commission? So concretely, we have established this European Register of Protected Data to facilitate the findability and the safe reuse of sensitive public sector data. So this is part of one of the chapters, and you can find that register in the Open Data Portal, dataeuropa.eu, that you know by heart, of course. And here you can find as concrete example that the Czech Republic, as the first member state, has delivered via its national contact point a whole set of so-called sensitive publicly held data that under certain conditions could be accessed and shared. So have a look there. Concretely, we also created the public registers for the so-called neutral data intermediaries and recognized data altruism organizations. So this has been set up. We have to say that take-up is a bit slow. We're not surprised by that, because it's all linked to the active implementation by the member states of the Data Governance Act. And for example, the member states, they have to notify the competent authorities that are responsible for notifying the data intermediaries and the altruism organizations. So concretely, it means that we are still very happy to see that in these registers we have 2 data intermediaries that have been notified by Finland and by Hungary, and 1 data altruism organization notified by Spain. And we hope that a lot will follow. Now, on data altruism still, we are at the Commission in the process of developing a consent form that should make it easier to request the reuse of data for the common good. So really to have a harmonized consent form that makes it easier for stakeholders to really go there and ask for data altruism. We are also looking for a digital solution to make consent management easier, so we're also look out for future calls. And finally, we're working on a rule book for organizations that are registered as recognized data altruism organizations. Finally, we have also created specific EU recognized logos that data intermediaries and altruism organizations that are registered can use to really show to the stakeholders we are a trusted and recognized data intermediary organization or a data altruism organization. And finally, of course, we have created the European Data Innovation Board, the EDIP. This is also part of the DGA. So this is an expert group of member states and some other members. They are working on the enforcement of the DGA and in the future also for the DA, the Data Act. They give guidance on the common European data spaces and any important element that is linked to the data economy. So an important part is also the work on standardization and interoperability. The Data Spaces Support Center, of course, follows very closely this work. They are an observer in the expert group, and they will be able to help on specific aspects that will be discussed and decided by the EDIP. Finally, in this legal pillar, I cannot not mention the Open Data Directive and, of course, the Implementing Act on the high-value data sets. Of course, a certain number of categories will be very important also for the future Green Deal data space, Earth observation, environment, statistics, meteorological data, geospatial data. Now, all this will be made available for free in machine-readable formats via APIs. And the good thing is that this is going to be applicable very, very soon. It's going to be applicable from the 9th of June, so in 1.5 months. It is applicable, and you should be able to find also again on the Open Data Portal a place where this kind of high-value data sets will be made available. And anybody that is interested in specific high-value data sets from these categories can go to their local or national authorities and ask to access them. So please use that right that you have in 1.5 months. Now, coming to the second pillar, the common European data space is more closely linked to the work of GREAT, of course. I think from a Commission side, we can say that there is good progress. Of course, it's a lot of work. It's not easy. You will be acquainted with the second staff working document on the European data spaces that we transmitted to European Council and Parliament that gives an idea of where we stand and also the future milestones that in the coming years, let's say, are promised by all the data space stakeholders, including various services of the Commission. Now, with the last coordination and support actions that are finishing in 10 days, end of April, so GREAT, of course, for the Green Deal data space, and the other one for agriculture, we have really finished the preparatory phase of the common European data spaces as part of the data strategy, and we are fully focusing on deployment. And there again, of course, I have to come to the open calls. It's interesting maybe to note that already 350 million has been invested in data space and data-related initiatives, and another 300 million of additional investments are coming. And with the current open call so deployment calls specifically for data spaces covering the Green Deal, mobility, energy, agriculture, skills and manufacturing, we have another set of 55 million euros that are going to be invested. So I think it also shows that the Commission really seriously tries to stimulate and foster the development of the common European data spaces. Now, of course, data spaces is much more than just the common European data spaces that are specifically fostered by the Commission. There is much more, and they have started way before. So think of the German mobility data space, the French agriculture data space, AgData Hub, of course, Catena X for the automotive supply chain, and many, many more. So it's really good to see these initiatives that have been developed also, let's say, in the private sector, and we can learn a lot from these initiatives. That's very important. And in that context, I want to mention the ITSA Data Spaces Radar that is made available also on the Dataspaces Support Center website, where you can see today that there are already 82 data spaces that are listed there, and another 77 use cases connected to data and data spaces. So it's really a world out there, and I really invite you to have a look and follow that development. Now, all the data spaces in the vision of the Common European Data Strategy will need to be interconnected as soon as possible in order to progressively form this key pillar of a true internal market for data. This was the big vision put forward in 2020 by the European Data Strategy. And in that context, the development of Simple, the smart, open and secure middleware platform, will play an important role as well. So Simple is composed of, let's say, 3 products. There is the open software stack, Simple Open it is called, that is currently being procured and developed by the Commission. There is what we call Simple Labs, which is, let's say, a sandbox environment, and where various data spaces can experiment with the open source software and see to what extent they are interoperable or not with Simple. And there will be Simple Live, which are concrete instances of the Simple open software stack that is going to be deployed for specific data spaces where the Commission also plays an important role. And the first batch of Simple Live has been decided. It will be the European Health Data Space, the Procurement Data Space, the Language Data Space, the Research and Innovation Data Space, also known by EARSC, and Destination Earth and Smart Communities. Now, these both last data spaces are, of course, very important parts related to the Green Deal data space. And we are currently discussing the second batch of data spaces that would be part of Simple Life. And in that context, it is my pleasure to tell you that the Green Deal data space is seriously discussed as being part of that second batch, meaning Green Deal data space part of Simple Life when the deployment action will start. This is still a discussion. It has not been 100% decided, but we're going into a good direction, and I'm, let's say, confident enough to be able to share it with you. Now, finally, let me highlight 2 important elements when it comes to data spaces in general, and also linked to our open calls. And this is the element of financial sustainability and the element of end-user integration. Of course, we want our sustainable solutions for the data spaces that go way beyond EU funding. So financial sustainability is very important in the project management, and you will not be surprised that it is one of the requirements of the deployment call that is open right now. Sustainable business models should address long-term viability, and establishing financially sustainable models for data spaces should ensure that they can operate effectively in the long run and beyond the initial funding periods. So please take that into account. It's a very important part. The other vital part, of course, is end-user integration, and all the work that you have been doing in GREAT to start this active community of stakeholders is the first part. The same is being done, of course, by the Dataspaces Support Center. And also with the future deployment of the Green Deal data space, it is vital that there is integration from the outset of the end users, so that, of course, their requirements can be taken into account, that the data space can be structured and organized according to their needs, and that obviously the data space will actually be used. So that means that, you know, from also the future deployment, user-centric design, feedback mechanisms, and participatory involvement is very important. So those are also elements to be taken into account. Now, finally, to conclude, I think that we can say that we're on a good track to create a dynamic data spaces ecosystem in the EU that will gradually lead to this vision of the European data strategy to create this internal data market. For those who have already seen and studied the letter report that came out last week, you can see that this is also confirmed in that report, with the commitment of a fair, green and digital transition, underlining the importance of the development of the data spaces. The report specifically mentions the importance of the European health data space, also mentions the procurement data space, and there is even the mention in that report of creating a 5th freedom And that fifth freedom also in that report includes data. So that links very nicely with what we say all the time of creating really an internal data market where data would be, you know, the fifth freedom. Financial sustainability and end-user integration, vital, always to be taken into account. And if we look ahead of the next commission that should start in December, of course we're in this peculiar period of transition. Of course the hot topics now in the data world, let's say, is generative AI, and is also, you know, to how to automate the compliance process, so data-driven compliance. And we will certainly hear from that a lot more and work on that as well. And data spaces obviously will be able to play an important role there. So we will have a full agenda for the first year, but I would like to thank already now the great cooperation that we had from the Commission side with the great consortium, and I'm very happy to see here the final results and the discussions in the panels later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now it's working. Thank you so much, Johan, and thank you so much also for giving this overview about the data spaces and especially, of course, also about the legislative aspect. I'm sure that you will hear more about it also in the upcoming panel. So then I think we could move to our next speaker, to Sotirios from DG Env.
Thank you, Nevena. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sotirios Kanellopoulos. I work for DG Environment. Johan, thank you very much for setting the scene. Practically, you sent all the essential things that need to be said. From my side, I would say that what DigiConnect is doing is having an impact on you. I mean, investing on data spaces for environment and so on. But it has an impact on us as well, in DG Environment. So you might be seeing me all the time. I'm not sure if this is good, but I can assure you that a lot of people in DG Environment at policy officer level, they are working on the Green Deal data space and what it means for us, for our policy initiatives. And I think that's great. And we see that today to be, let's say, not the end, perhaps the end of the beginning. Let's just put it like this. And that applies for DG Environment as well. If you remember from the beginning, I was saying, what does the Green Deal data space means for us? That was the main question we had to address. And we came up with several answers, and some of them you've seen them in the use cases of interest that we have suggested in the call for proposals. But it was an eye-opening experience, I would say, even for the policy officers working. For instance, we realized at some point that what we're doing at the policy level on the due diligence directives, the EU deforestation regulation, the corporate sustainability reporting directive, or the corporate sustainability due diligence directive, that we kind of changed the way we do environmental monitoring. I mean, so far, what have we been doing? We have been, doing environmental monitoring horizontally, like in a national level, let's say, Copernicus, EMODNet, so on. But then suddenly we changed that entirely, and we asked companies and enterprises to look into their value chains and then look the impact of their economic activities on environment. So that's a new opportunity for us. I mean, it's an opportunity for the companies, it's an opportunity for the private sector, but it's also an opportunity for the public sector when it comes to environmental awareness. It's a totally different model of environmental awareness, and we are really interested to look into that and how the data space can help us understand better the opportunities there. It helps us understand the potential of other digital solutions like the digital product passport. And now with the circular economy and the waste framework directive, waste is a resource, and we realize that we need to monitor waste. But not only that, we realize that there might be opportunities ahead if you combine the data space created by digital product passports and other monitoring information collected on post-consumer textile waste. And of course, it made us realize that despite that we want environmental data to be open as much as possible, not all data are open all the time. And we had this national forest inventory use case. And these are, regardless it was, as I said, an eye-opening experience for us to understand the potential of the data space and the digital technologies in environmental awareness and environmental policy, and I think that's something already to celebrate. But today we celebrate the results of great project, and from my side, I would also like to thank the coordinating team for the cooperation we had the last few months. Well, I'm really eager to see the results today. Of course, I have also looked at the deliverables, a few of them already. I'm looking to the final versions, of course, and to take on board later on in the deployment phase, where actually the deployment phase is the moment of truth, I think, because there we will be testing all our assumptions that we did. And this is there, I mean, we shouldn't take for granted that we are right now. We might be needing to pivot a little bit, to reconsider things, but I think it's going to be a great learning moment where we can understand where we were right and where we were wrong. I'm confident that overall the result will be, I mean, I really believe on data spaces. I really believe that data spaces, digital technologies need to go hand by hand with environmental awareness, environmental sustainability. There's no doubt. The only question is, what do we need to look into? For instance, in the forests, we saw that there's some data sets that are not open, and we want to invest on privacy-preserving technologies and confidentiality-preserving technologies. But is it just one use case, or there are others? We don't know yet. But if it's just one use case, well, perhaps it's good to have, of course, but ideally we should be able to scale to others. But then there's generative AI that comes into the equation. So it's not only about numerical data, but there is also tacit knowledge in the different documents, in the different, we have circular economy, we have all sorts of tacit knowledge produced by enterprises. Can we use this knowledge to train generative AIs? And what's the relation with the data spaces there? What I have in mind here is this tacit knowledge is not open, of course. Again, it is IP protected, perhaps, behind confidentiality walls, has royalties with it. So perhaps it's not the problem that we try to use, a certain closed data set, but that has to do with forest inventories. But it might be a broader problem. I mean, how can we use this tacit knowledge that comes with constraints to train generative AI systems later later down the road? And of course, we need to test the ultimate assumption, I think, behind data spaces, which is data sovereignty, which I'm a true believer as well. I think that's the future, data sovereignty, data control, and so on. But we have to face the customer now, the user, and see if they are willing to do it. We have lessons, for instance, from the crypto industry. We can see what happened there and learn from them. I mean, there was meant to be a fully decentralized, for instance, system going with the different cryptocurrencies and the crypto assets, but then eventually what happened was that there were some centralized exchanges doing all the exchanges and FTX, and then you saw there that we had the opposite result of what we expected. So I think now is the moment of truth. Now is the moment that we need to test our assumptions, and I'm sure that we need to embrace this fog that we have ahead, and I'm sure that at the end of the road we will have very good, excellent results. Well, thank you for your attention, and good luck with the meeting today.
Thank you so much, Sotirios, and of course we are always very happy to see DG Environment around. So of course thanks also for the great work, and also for the input that you shared from your perspective. It was really valuable also for us. And then we move to our next speaker, Garcia, who is here with her DSSC hat. She was our relationship manager, so now we will hear from Anna.
Perfect. So good morning, and thank you very much to the great project and the coordinators for inviting me here. I was telling everyone this morning that I feel a bit like if this were like a graduation, and my collaboration with the great project has been so close that I feel a bit like a part of it as well. honestly, even when, of course, I was not. Well, introducing myself, I'm Ana Garcia. I'm Secretary General of the Big Data Value Association, one of the European associations working with data and artificial intelligence, and we are one of the active partners of the Data Spaces Support Center. And as Nevena said, personally myself, I had the great pleasure of working as relationship manager that I will explain in a moment what it means. So I will present to you the Data Spaces Support Center, but while I present that, I will tell a bit the story of the collaboration between the GREAT project and the Data Spaces Support Center, and I will end with a summary of the outcomes of this collaboration as well. So first, this belongs more to the territory of Johan, the European Commission, but I'm not sure whether you all know the Data Spaces Support Center and the origin of it. As Johan has explained already, everything related to the European data strategy. Just to mention, the Data Spaces Support Center is also an outcome of that strategy. And let's say the center was designed by the European Commission as an action to support the common European data spaces. So we are also born as part of these policies. Also, another slide that belongs to the European Commission, but for you to understand a bit what we are doing. So when the Data Spaces Support Center was designed, these different pillars were somehow identified by the European Commission. First one is the creation of a network of stakeholders that I will explain now, because GREAT is actually, and many of the partners of GREAT are part of it, and I want to show you how you have influence. You see also on the green area, this closely work with the CSAs, and GREAT is one of the CSAs, but we work with many other projects. Then on the blue part, you see this identify the common requirements and really work with these common requirements from all the different projects, the collaboration with the European Data Innovation Board, and what is really important, the yellow part of the platforms for knowledge exchange, and at the end of the day, support the deployment of data spaces. So this is how European Commission, let's say, designed the support center. Now I need to move to different slides, and I will tell you a bit how are we doing this, and again, the effect that GREAT had on this so far. First, to present the consortia. So the consortia is a group of partners that actually brings together I think, the major data communities in Europe. And I have to say that actually that's an effect of the policies that it was probably not planned at the beginning, but this project is actually bringing together a lot of data experts, data communities who knew each other before but never collaborated before. So the effect of the DSCC goes beyond the initial, let's say, I think, objectives of the Commission. But you see in the partners, you see major data associations as, of course, BDBA, FIWARE, Gaia-X, International Data Spaces Association, and My Data. You see very relevant RTOs in the domain of data as BTT, TNO, Insight, represented by Galway, Fraunhofer, who is the coordinator, and also Q11, and then very knowledgeable organizations like Capgemini or Citra. And we have also associated partners that really complement our knowledge, our consortium with a lot of knowledge. And well, from those ones that are here, I recognize, acknowledge AGI as is also part of the project, but there are many others. Then let's enter into Data Spaces Support Center offerings. I will go quite fast because all the information is public. There are webinars, there are events, but again, I'm telling the story of the offerings by also explaining how GREAT has been contributed to all this. So first, I'm not going to present DSCC with work packages and all these kind of things. We are very user-oriented. Our main user are the data space initiatives, those ones deploying data spaces, but also the preparatory actions. And our offerings, as you see here, is a long list, the network of stakeholders, the glossary and conceptual model, starter kit, blueprint. Well, I'm not listing them all because you will see now one by one all these different offerings. I will start with also to mention that this offering is not something out of the blue. This is a bit internal connection of the different offering and assets. You see in the center the data space initiatives. GREAT is one of them. You see at the bottom the whole overall support framework and the blueprint and standards and implementation. And you see how, I mean, this is the relation in between the different offerings and the different components. So for us, everything that the Data Space Support Center does has to inspire, so to say, the design and implementation of data space initiatives. But at the same time, if you see data space initiatives contribute the bottom part, that is the overall landscape of initiatives, contributing to the radar, contributing to impact assessment, maturity model, but also contributing to our network of stakeholders that, as you see, also fits back in the whole definition of the blueprint as well. And now I will be more concrete. Well, it's all still very conceptual. I will start asset by asset, offering by offering. This is the way we conceptualize our network of stakeholders. It has over 100 initiatives, and initiatives is projects or even programs, but also different stakeholders. And we organize them in 3 different blocks. The community of practice, that is mainly those ones working with data spaces, deploying data spaces initiatives, working with preparatory actions, but also the building block implementers. So that's the blue part in the center. And GREAT is part still of the very active part of the community of practice. And then, we are also collaborating with Simple. On the right side, you see the Strategic Stakeholder Forum. That is a group of very knowledgeable organizations that are very contributing a lot also in the development of the assets. For the SSF, that's mainly organizations, not projects, but some of the partners like IDC, ATI are very active contributors of the SSF, and you will see how well represented GREAT project has been also in the SSF. And finally, on the left side, you see what we call in general collaborations or liaisons, but that's a very important part as well. I'm highlighting the European Data Innovation Board as one of them, but I want to show very soon how active GREAT has been also in helping us to build this network of collaborations and liaisons, really leveraging these efforts and bringing these efforts to be efforts of all the different projects. I will give examples in a moment. I know still it's not very concrete. This is just to introduce the community of practice. And just a moment. This is our community of practice as per today. It's mainly data space initiatives in the Italy Europe program, some in Horizon Europe, and we are already incorporating projects or initiatives that are more bottom-up from the market, so to speak. GREAT is one of them, and with them we have been really working for 18, almost 19 months. We have assigned a relationship manager that is a very specific person that dedicates, just oriented or dedicated to in this collaboration between the different data space initiatives and the SEC, but we have done many other things, so regular group discussions. We have established 3 thematic groups that meet regularly, really co-learning and sharing a lot of knowledge on technological aspects, business, and also governance. We have created the expert groups, the ones writing the blueprint, regular communications, visibility events, community building and support. Again, at the very end, I will be very concrete because GREAT has been very actively contributed to each of these domains. Now with collaborations and liaisons, this is a very also part related to the SEC. We have established collaborations with, again, I think over 70 initiatives beyond the data space initiatives. Why I'm sharing this? This is a mix of data initiatives, AI, cloud and edge, standardization bodies, HPC, cybersecurity, etc., also European data innovation hubs. So it's quite a large set of initiatives that we really need to engage to make sure that data spaces are successful. I will give you a very concrete example mentioned by Johan before. You mentioned this collaboration with Australia. You see here that international initiatives, we have only one, Australia, because it's in our plan to actually engage in international initiatives a bit later. Why is it there? Because of GREAT. So we are really leveraging investments that GREAT is doing in bringing these players to the whole set of European, common European data spaces. So all data spaces will really leverage on this collaboration that GREAT has created. This is an example to see how the real bilateral collaboration has worked with GREAT. But also it has been very supportive in the collaboration with the whole EARSC program, also with Destination Earth, and many things that I will summarize at the very end. Then now I will go quickly through the different assets. So those of you who don't know the SCC, so we have a glossary and conceptual model. Why? This is an innovative domain. So among all the practitioners, as you might know, the first thing we need to do is to align on concepts, terminology, because otherwise we are not going to align on anything else, and we need to converge in language. So we have this glossary, conceptual model, publicly available already with a second version out there. GREAT has been very actively contributed to both. I look at Mark, but I know there has been other people very actively contributing. And when I say that with my heart as well. I have been really following this very, very closely. The starter kit, this is an asset or an offering that we developed at the very beginning of the SCC, and it's an easy introduction to the Data Spaces Support Center, and it really has many different customers. It's like, okay, I don't know anything, I want to kickstart my knowledge, and here you have a guide to start entering on this. I think GREAT also participated in the first release. Now we are about to update this this year as well to align with the new blueprint. Then the blueprint, that is always, let's say, like the key outcome of any of the projects. Also, I'm very well aware of the blueprint that the GREAT project has delivered. And you know, a blueprint is a collection of building blocks and components that really most typical data spaces use. It really combines not only the technical building blocks that you see at the bottom, what we call the blue building blocks, that combines building blocks for data interoperability, trust and sovereignty, and what we call data value creation. And then there is, I'm not going to enter in presenting the whole blueprint, but also looks at the whole business and organizational building blocks, combining business, governance, and legal building blocks. Without going again into, it's not for me now to present the blueprint of the SCC, but I know the contributions through the expert groups, through the thematic groups of GREAT project. I know the GREAT and some of the partners in GREAT project have been very active in several building blocks, in the green, in the blue, and in the different type of building blocks. And I'm quite confident that this has been really a tool to align your blueprint, as that will be very essential for the deployment with the blueprint of the DSCC, and therefore this would be really relevant for the synergies that the deployment data space will have with other data spaces as well. Then other assets, so we have developed the co-creation method as a new asset. The name might be a bit confusing. This is really a guide to select which building blocks and components are typically used when you address your use cases, also align with the different maturity levels of the data space, and enables agile implementation. So this has been new in the release 1.0 of the blueprint on the SCC, and I also know that GREAT has been providing comments to this. The toolbox is something to come, so here we don't have contributions from the GREAT project, but just to let you know that this is something that will come later in the year, and this really translating these functional building blocks into real implementation. So in the case of the technical building blocks, real software components that you can see, implementations that exist out there, so really to support the deployment projects as well. The radar was presented by Johan, just a tool that you can look at where you will see data spaces at all different levels, also use cases. The impact monitoring and evaluation that we are doing, we have done 2 rounds of impact assessment. The first one last year, the second one we are already collecting information this year. GREAT has very actively contributed with data to all of this. And finally, we of course have a support platform. This is mainly for those ones that are not so connected to the project, and we receive a lot of requests and we attend a lot of requests, and that's one of the reasons to exist for the support. And of course a lot of communications, events, webinars, and etc., where we also try to give a lot of support to the different projects. Now I'm just closing, so I have one more slide really that is new. Let me summarize this collaboration that I call it like a story of 19-month great collaboration, great, of course, because great project, but also because it's a personal view of this collaboration, although we have a lot of tangible outcomes from my perspective. We have been meeting bi-weekly, and really I've been following what you have been doing very closely, and for me this has been a very, very good collaboration. Now outcomes, and I pass this because I already presented, just to remind you these aspects of the community of practice. Let me summarize this, and this is the last slide. First, GREAT has been participating in all the different interviews and surveys that the project DSCC has done. You might say, okay, and what? Well, has been gathering requirements, impact assessment, maturity assessment. I know we have created a bit of overheads, but this has been very important because a project like ours needs to really gather data to understand the landscape and give a good service to the projects. You have really contributed on time to all the different surveys, and very positively, no complaints, and very... Then, in your participation in the Strategic Stakeholder Forum, GREAT, and in particular EGI, also IDC, they were really representing a lot of interest from the users. So GREAT was one of the projects that brought into the table the big diversity of users, the need of really addressing the user engagement, as you, Johan, mentioned before. And actually, when selecting the topic for a collaborative paper that we did with the community, the proposal came from GREAT. Was the most voted proposal, and is why data space is a business and users perspective, where also GREAT provided not only content but also use cases, and really help us to understand the diversity of users. So many of you I know represent the user view, and I can tell you, you were very, very well represented. You have been very well represented in the discussions of the DSCC. Also, the GREAT project has been pushing to work a lot in data space synergies. It's quite transversal. You had to collaborate. For instance, we have data spaces for smart cities and communities here. We have Sophie. So we have been really organizing workshops since the very beginning, thanks to the proposals from the GREAT project to do it and to build synergies together. Also, GREAT has been helping us to identify and putting us in contact with key stakeholders. I put a few examples. So we have a strategic collaboration with EOS, which is also one of big data space. A GREAT project has been really instrumental in this. Equally with Destination Earth, collaboration with EARSC, digital product passports, and many others. They have been always facilitating and helping us to understand the importance for the data spaces of these collaborations. Very active participation in all thematic groups and expert groups, very active participation in all our events, really using a lot our communication channels, regular participation in every meeting, I can say, and I have to say they have been very demanding. You have been very demanding, so it's not that now it's all roses, and it has been hard. We had also a lot of hard moments, very demanding, very proactive, and I would say very participative partner. As an outcome, I would say I would expect that is alignment of assets, and that's what I have seen so far. So that was, I think, the whole what we were expecting from both sides. But I have to say a lot of co-learning, which I find important as well, the co-learning, because it's new for all of us, and a lot of co-creation. So the assets, so you left, when you end this project, a lot of you is in the SCC at the moment, so that will stay for longer time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. And indeed, I very much like the part when you said that we were demanding, proactive, and participative. It's true. We had some requests towards the SSC, and the SSC was also crucial to connect us with the other sectoral data spaces. So I would like to thank you also for all the work and all the help, and of course also the events. They really helped because, of course, it's very different when we had the possibility to meet the other data spaces in person and exchange ideas, have some workshops, etc. So we are running a little bit over time, but I still would like to move to our next speaker, Giorgio Micheletti from IDC. So also on behalf of the project coordination team, we will have some opening remarks.
Thank you. I'm going to be very quick. No, I don't need it. I think I can stay here. No, I think a lot has been said already. I'm here representing IDC, thus representing the coordination team. I was not personally involved in the project, so I cannot take any credit for this. I know that the results have been material, that we have laid the ground for the subsequent phase, and that's the most important thing. I want to praise particularly Nevena, my colleague, for the excellent work. Yes, please. Because the reality is that, yes, I was not involved in the project directly, but I was behind the scenes, and I've seen on a daily basis what she has done and what the coordination team has carried out in order to, to achieve the results. Now, it has been a long journey, right? A short project, if you want, but still 20 months, with, if I'm not mistaken, Nevena, 14 different partners, and what we have 11 partners in their own, let's say, full right, and plus 3 associated partners. Now, you understand that it's not an easy task to bring together all these brains and these different ideas and opinions, but I believe that from what I've seen, it has been extremely successful. So the main message here is, again, to thank the coordination team and IDC. We have also another representative of IDC here, our colleague Luisa. Hi, Luisa. And we, and in particular, to praise the consortium team that actually made the whole work and the project successful. Of course, I'm here with Johan and Sotirios. I cannot not mention the European Commission because apart from any jokes, but I think I've seen also the email exchanges. I've seen the level of attention that you have put in this project and the level of guidance that was given and that offered by the project officers and also by other DGs involved in the project. So thank you very much for this. And I would like to thank the overall, let's say, community steered by the Data Space Support Centers. So Ana Garcia, again, thank you for your presence here, but also for the whole support during the last 20 months. Ana has presented a community of practice. We've seen we have hundreds of different participants. Again, we laid the ground for future work. So thank you again, and let's celebrate and enjoy the celebration today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Giorgio. And just very quickly, all of you, of course, heard about the results, etc. But I would like to inform everyone that now the second version of the deliverables are online and available on our website. Of course, we still have one deliverable, the roadmap. But as soon as we will submit, you will be able to access it. And then, of course, now we move to the fun part, right? So we can hear from our colleagues about the key results and outcomes. So I would like to ask Mark Dietrich from the EGI Foundation to take the floor and introduce also the other parts of the consortium, and then start with the presentation of the results.
Thank you very much, Nevena. Thank you for all the remarks of people who began our session. Deeply appreciated at every level. So, so a lot of good information, but we are running it late. So I'm going to ask all of the, maybe we'll just do it one by one, so we can just, as you come up to make your presentation, and then you can sit on the podium. So Francesca, please. And I believe we're running the PowerPoint from the back, so you should be able to do this and make things happen.
Let's see.
So,
thank you very much. So, Giorgio Micheletti. Indeed, it works. Yeah. So thank you very much. So indeed, my name is Francesca Piatto, and I work at the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies. And with my colleague Veronica Boresco, that today is not here, unfortunately, to join us, we have laid the basis of the European, of the Green Deal Data Space Community of Practice and initial vision, of course, with the help of all of our partners. So what the community of practice of the Green Deal data space, it's really a way of bringing together all of our communities. This community of practice has been prepared from a global dimension, because all of this community engagement has really followed and brought together the different communities through particular use cases, different methodology and different typology of approach with these communities, but always with a global component to support at the end all the different work packages and the different minimum viable technical blueprint, high priority data sets, governance and business models, and the final implementation roadmap. Of course, this community of practice and the Green Deal data space community of practice follows these three main priorities of the Green Deal, in particular the biodiversity, the climate change adaptation, and the zero pollution. The Green Deal data space community of practice has really been a pivotal tools and process in order to support these work packages, but as well to have a participatory approach, to have a feedback approach, a co-design requirements, and retrieval for all the different minimum viable technical work packages. Here we can say that why data spaces and why now, but I would also complement this slide with why a community of practice of the Green Deal data space, because what we've seen within these 2 years is that the great project and the Green Deal Data Space Foundation is tech ready. We can see that there are different regulatory framework, data sharing practices, initiatives, different use cases that really needs now to be conglomerate together. So the community of practice from a data space support center, but also at the different data space and the different projects is extremely important and will always come back together. The Green Deal Data Space Community of Practice has been, we can say that I've seen a two ways of approach. So the first one that happened during the first year of the project, it's really laying the foundation of the Green Deal data space. And the way we're doing it is by engaging with well-established and already ready, let's say, use cases from a research and data infrastructure point of view that were able to give us some lessons learned already, and how, also for us moving and understanding these communities. These use cases and reference use case initiatives, RUCIs, have really been supported by a task force approach, which already integrating with some internal stakeholders have provided us some possibility of understanding and initial as well understanding and establishment, let's say, of use case and results. So for this, the task forces has been, of course, an incredible and important, powerful tool. 29 organizations, we can say, have been involved already in this first initial phase with a research and academic, public, and of course, private sector involvement. These uses, of course, have been retrieved by the initial grant agreement, so the initial foundations that we've established, but then, of course, through a participatory approach, which is very important. It's been open from the beginning until the last, let's say, bit of the project. The first phase of the project has also seen the first internal, let's say, endorsement of the project, internal with the RUCIs and the task forces, to really understand where we were going and try to understand and finalize and focus more on some aspect of the project, and as well have an initial validation as well of the initial deliverables, so to really adjust any fines. And then we move on to the second phase of the project, which I think, and I think for all the full consortium, has been the most important phase as well, because there's been a shift as well in the community engagement, because we really understood that stakeholder fora were, let's say, the key to have interactive and online, let's say, sessions and interactions as well with a very bigger community. So that means bigger results and bigger, let's say, feedbacks retrieval. So this fostering the discussions and the format and the breakout rooms, let's say, format has really fostered and supported us into this let's say, continuous engagement of communities. So what we've seen is really an onboarding of, let's say, smaller case, smaller use case, a broader audience, which also bring a sort of different diversity of content, but also like the involvement of the private sector. So the private sector has been, of course, one of the sectors and let's say community very, very important to engage with. And how to say, the private sector has been very, very important to engage with, and has been a way to understand as well the market assessment and the readiness of the private sector to engage into this community. The end as well of the methodology of the final sessions has been it's been pivotal because the final stakeholder forum as well brought a chance as well for all the communities to provide feedbacks and self-evaluations to understand the readiness of the private sector to engage with the notion of the griddle data space. So at the end, I think we had a sort of a 63% of private sector involvement to ready from a technical point of view to enjoy and interact and entering the griddle data space. So this is a very good result. Indeed, this is, I think, the most pivotal slide where we can really see the different initiatives and the final evaluation of the community of practice. So we finalize with 60 reference use case initiatives through stakeholder fora and more than 600 stakeholders. So this is really like the overarching griddle data space community of practice that it's made of private sector compositions, especially from small and medium enterprise, research academia, networking non-profits, public sector. So the overall engagement has been, I would say, very much achieved. The way we have also reached the community of practice, it's not been only by use cases, of course. The overall engagement, the continuous engagement with other data space, with the Data Space Support Center, but also with initiatives, Copernicus services, of course. And I think that these results has really as well pushed further even more the private sector with implementing further use cases. So from big operations, from bigger companies, Airbus, Synergize, and so on, to really showcase more these use cases. So the fact that we didn't just only stop to our use cases, but this has really had an overall effect. Here we have some comments from our community of practice. Some of you are here, present or online, but I think that this already showcases a little bit, let's say, a little bit of tangible effects and what the griddle data space has meant for them. Okay, so we can see that we had a major challenge, limited train time, as we said. So it's a very short project, but at the same time, it has been a very extremely long journey. And what you've built, I think, has been a very useful foundation for the next steps. Proposed roadmap, technical blueprints, excellent starting points, and then some, of course, comments regarding about our, let's say, stakeholder forum. So I think that also from the use case point of view, it's been a great way to showcase what they're doing and why or not would they need the data spaces. So from a data user's perspective, from a data provider's point of view. So a great final journey, I would say. So to conclude, community of practice, extremely important. This is what we're delivering to you now. It's an established network and it's really ready to continue the journey. So when we're talking about the implementations and how the next phase, of course, of the great, this is as well the typology of use case and of stakeholders that we wish to bring, that they wish to continue with us. And this is also testified by the call for implementations to support. So we already have 35 and more expression of interest. So I think that this, as you, Johan, were mentioning, is already concrete and tangible events and numbers as well to showcase for the next year. So I thank you very much again for your support, and I will give the floor to the other work packages.
If I can, oh, this is working? Yes, perfect. I'd like to just dwell on this slide. Thank you very much, Francesca. This is an important slide to understand the flow of the project, because Work Package 2 was really the entry point for the community to engage with us. And not only were they coming to us, but we were actively, and Work Package 2 and Francesca and her colleagues were actively, realistically, creating the community of practice for the Green Deal data space. Because there are a lot of questions that when we began about what the heck is a Green Deal data space and why do we need it? It's in the European strategy for data, but what will it do, et cetera, et cetera. So this is an active part of the work that the Work Package 2 did. I won't scroll the slide back to some of the outcomes in terms of the numbers of use cases, the numbers of stakeholders for all of the logos of the different people who got involved, but that's just the tip of the iceberg of the community that actually is interested in the Green Deal data space. And that level of interest is being created by virtue of the fact that the Work Package 2 colleagues have really gotten the ball rolling and created a real juggernaut of interest. So we're now benefiting and benefiting from that level of interest, and we're going to be able to leverage that as we move to the next stage. So thank you very much. Any last question? Any question for Francesca in particular? Quickly?
Yes, because you mentioned about workshop at the beginning. Sorry, because my name is Stefano Bonfa, I'm from Oxford SCD, and the question is regarding exactly your workshop requirement that you needed. We are running similar activities using, we can say, digital twinning space data, and we start with pilot project workshop. But the problem we are facing, this is the digitalization. People, they don't understand about digitalization, and the question is, if you do not provide some kind of data science content before the data spaces, you run in problem, because at the end, I mean, from my understanding, at the end, you need to create economy in the area. Create economy is this create startup, innovation. How you do if you don't have data science to build an innovation? That's the question. Thank you.
So, any thoughts? I think that's absolutely true. We clearly have to work on this going forward. It's a bootstrapping process, so that's the challenge we all face. So I'd like, if I may, to give the floor to Mattia Santoro from CNR, who is leading our Work Package 3 on the technical blueprint. So Mattia, please.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Yeah, Mattia Santoro from the National Research Council of Italy. We have been leading the Work Package 3 on the technical blueprint. So this is, you all know these slides, what the Green Deal data space has to do. So trying to connect the fragmented and dispersed data from different systems and that are out there, offering an interoperable and trusted IT framework. So the technical blueprint of the GDDS reference architecture, we will explain how, we have explained how from the technical point of view we see this happening. And okay, the, let's say, high-level approach that we have followed in defining the technical blueprint is that of a digital ecosystem. This is not, of course, a new concept. It is well defined, and essentially it is very useful in order to try to design something that can be, let's say, able to adapt to the changes that will come and are already happening in the next years. Changes both from the science and policy context, as well as from the technological context. When, for example, the great project started, there had not yet been this explosion of AI, in particular LLM and others things, and it is necessary to design something which is able to adapt to these new technologies, to these new opportunities, and so on. So the digital ecosystem is an approach where you have a set of different species, different entities sharing a common environment, collaborating, sometimes competing for a common goal. It doesn't have, a limited set of use cases, and it tries to capture which are the main drivers for enabling this digital environment where the different entities can collaborate. Another important aspect is, of course, that we have to build on the existing and future capacities that are out there. And here I try to briefly summarize that you have a set of existing data sources. These, of course, can be large data ecosystems as well as smaller ones. And how do they provide their data? How do they share their resources? Of course, with a set of interoperability interfaces. These include, all the technical assets, including metadata formats, service API, data formats, and so on, so forth. In the Green Deal domain, we have, a very high level of heterogeneity in terms of these interoperability interfaces, because the Green Deal clearly covers several domains. And so each of the existing capacities during the years has developed its interfaces, its technical standards in order to cope with the specific domains they are dealing with. So in the Green Deal data space, we have to deal with this high level of heterogeneity. The basic principles that we had for the design of the technical blueprint, of course, are inclusiveness. As I said, we deal with many different systems utilizing many different technologies and standards, and they should all be able to participate in the Green Deal data space without having to change so much, as less as possible, let's say. Fairness in the sense of level playing field, so there should be everybody should be able to participate, and of course, maybe most importantly, autonomy. As I said, the idea is to build on existing capacities which are already out there and are already operating according to their own goals, and they have their own autonomy. So there is, we must find a balance between, allowing them to be autonomous and allowing them to participate in the digital ecosystem. A key concept to build such a digital ecosystem is that of soft infrastructure. A soft infrastructure is usually defined as a technology-neutral set of arrangements and standards on how to participate in an ecosystem. And as I said, in our case, in the Green Deal data space, we have this high level of heterogeneity, and so it is very difficult to define, if not impossible, to define one single standard common format for all the participants. So in our case, for the Green Deal data space digital ecosystem, the soft infrastructure is essentially composed of two main pillars. One is the governance pillars, which will be covered by EGI colleagues later, and the other pillar is this set of so-called logical components, and these are the components that are in charge of filling the gap between the different participants in the ecosystem. So these are the components that will implement when necessary, complementing when necessary, will implement the interoperability between the different participants, enabling this digital environment to exist. As far as the different logical components, we have, let's say, defined two categories for these. The first one is what we call core logical components. These are, the essential ones that without which you will not have this digital environment. They will be the usual, registries, catalogs, and so on and so forth. And then we have the facilitators. These components are the ones that are more flexible. We expect them, to evolve in number and functionalities in the future in order to be able to adapt and incorporate new technologies, satisfy new requirements for new use cases that might not be, on our radar at the moment. Of course, all of these share their functionalities via APIs, which can be utilized by the users of the digital ecosystem, of the Green Deal data space. As far as security, which is another very important aspect of the data spaces in general, we have defined a security architecture based on well-known frameworks such as XACML, decoupling authentication and authorization, and most importantly, the data providers will be able, of course, to have data sovereignty. So they can decide how their data is shared and with whom. So to conclude, the main benefits of what has been designed are for the final users to be able to exploit mediation and harmonization functionalities to facilitate the access and the use of data from multiple communities and enable new scenarios for data exploitation. As far as intermediate users, so the ones that implement the actual tools for the final users, flexibility, supporting changes in the technological context. And for data providers, we have tried to allow an entry barrier as low as possible so that they can participate in the ecosystem without having go through major changes on their side, so we can build on what is existing there. Thank you.
So this is an important topic. I know many of you in the room are very interested in the work that has gone on in this work package. So perhaps we have a couple of, let's take 2 questions, if there are some from the audience, about the work on the technical blueprint. Any eager takers? We'll certainly come back to this in a moment, so we don't need to talk about it now. But thank you, Mattia. Very quickly, we are sharing the slides, correct? So no need to fill up your phone with stuff, unless that's the only way you can remember things. That's the way it works for me. So I'm now going to invite my colleague Marta to come up and share the governance framework.
Is that okay? I feel very close to my work, so so I don't break my neck in here. Okay, so not that one. That one. My name is Marta Gutierrez. I've been leading the work together with Mark in governance and business models. I work for the EI Foundation as a community support specialist. So let's give you a tour of what's happened. So this is where we started off. This is what we had to face. What was the green? I want to give you a flavor of what were the challenges, what were the features of the Green Deal data space. So here's a few of them. We started with the scale. So we have to consider data that comes from individual citizens. Yeah, it may come from individual citizens all the way up to big established initiatives on the scale of the Copernicus, the Destination Earth, the AMODnets, all of them. We are talking about different kinds of scopes, all the way going from local, regional, national. We've heard about Australia, it's all global. But at the same time, it happens at thematics, where the thematics will span different kinds of scopes, going cross boundaries in between any one of those scopes on the left. business models, we are talking about business models for the public good, for altruism, but as well as commercial data businesses. Objectives, we've identified in the data value chain, we've decomposed the data value chain in different kind of objectives in order to understand how can we go from the community of practice all the way up to policy enforcement with all those intermediate steps in the middle, not straightforward. Sectors, we are looking at all the sectors all sectors of the economy. Legislation, we are looking at a spectrum of horizontal data legislation that Johan has introduced very well, but we are looking at a plethora of sectorial legislation. I will show a couple of slides in a minute. And finally, we are looking at ethical and cultural remarks. There are very different approaches to data sharing in Europe, in America, in Asia. So what is the understanding? What are the rewards? What do I get? What do I gain or lose when we are doing data sharing? It's all, it puts a hint, a flavor of the challenges of the Green Deal data space. So we pretty much like the data spaces definitions from the Data Space Support Center because it brings the data governance framework to the forefront together with the technology blueprint. Pretty much they do have to work hand in hand, both of them, in order to enable data transactions, trustworthy data transactions. And for sure, it has to be accomplished by more than one infrastructure. And we've seen that in the scope and the contributors. And they will enable one or more use cases in order to gain value. So what is governance? Put in simple terms, is the process for making decisions about an entity. So how we organize our work is to identify those entities and to define a set of requirements around those entities. We've done that taking into consideration the data life cycle, including what happens in the data space formation, what happens in operation, monitoring, and the sustainability, the long-term sustainability of the data space. All those requirements, they will bring different governance features depending on whether what kinds of data do we have to deal with and what kind of stakeholders we have to deal with. And for sure, we will end up with different features like visibility, findability, the fair, or even the purpose or objectives, whether we have industrial, confidential or sensitive data or research and public data, leading us as well to different kind of legal actions as well and sectorial legislation, sectorial and horizontal legislation. So what are the entities? So if we start with data itself, data is where we'll bring all the trust framework that it's mainstream in the data spaces. We will have to look at all the aspects of data and usage access, all the aspects of data trust, all the aspects that define really the trust framework. And it's accessible from a data space sitting right in the middle, where we define what are the functionalities of the data space itself, what are the principles, what are the processes, what are the roles. All this data space is hosted for sure by a digital platform. And in there, we want to reuse the governance elements of IT digital platforms that have already been studied. We are not trying to invent anything new here. The data space will be adopted by a community. We've heard again that the users have to be put, we have to go design with a community, and this is a continuous process. It's not, we talk to them at the beginning, we talk to them at the end. To validate, we talk to them in a continuous basis, taking into account the requirements on a continuous basis. And again, we recognize that the value of the data space is enabled by a set of use cases. So again, going into business models, before we go into how to generate a global business models, we have to understand how we enable the individual business models for all our different kinds of stakeholders. And in here, what we realize is that all these different stakeholders in their different roles, whether they come as data providers, consumers, and intermediaries, they had a very different understanding of what was the value for them from a data space. We talked to them all. It's not the same thing. What do policymakers want from industry, from SMEs, from well-established communities. I will not go into detail for the sake of time. Again, looking at, I picked on this specific, how do we bring providers and users. It's not taken for granted that what we want from data providers, it will not free. They will have to have some level of investment in terms of aligning into the whole data space solution. And at all levels, at the technical, at the business, and at the legal level. So they will have to ensure that they are legal entities, that they have a compliance with the applicable laws according to the data that they have, that they comply with service level agreements, with adherence to standards, and the same for data users. We will need to that they have the right set of identities with the right level of assurance, and they accept terms and conditions, that they are responsible. They use data in a responsible manner. It may well be that we want some of their data outputs back into the data space itself. But all in all, we have to make sure that supply and demand are balanced. We understand that what the data comes in terms of from the demand part of side is matching the supply somehow. And we have to ensure that at the same time there is a balance between breaking the data silos that we are all trying to achieve with the data spaces, and at the same time making use of all those practices from all those that have already been doing that. So we don't reinvent the wheel again and again. So just very quickly, this is just a plethora of, as I said, of the sectorial legislation in 4 of the Green Deal strategic actions. This is not for you to read, but just to show you that depending on which use cases and which part of the strategic actions we are looking within the Green Deal data space, there's plenty of legislatory actions to comply with, that they will give us a hint of what kind of data is needed in the Green Deal data space. And again, this was a very nice slide from the Green Deal, from the Data Space Support Center that is displaying the plethora of legislatory actions. Some of them new, that as Johan has introduced right at the beginning, but some of them have been existing for a while there. So depending again of what type of data, what type of a role you play within the data space, you will end up in one path or in multiple paths of this way. Just to finalize very quickly, to put the pieces together, when looking at governance and looking at the business models, we cannot look at them in a silo way. We have to look at them interconnected, because what kind of governance authorities and what kind of legal entities will depend pretty much of what is the business model that is accepted by all the stakeholders in place. Again, what kind of data is all driven by objectives of the Green Deal itself. This is pretty much given by the Green Deal binding targets of the strategic actions, but as well as fulfilling the requirements from the data economy that Sotirios is explained right at the beginning. All in all, while maintaining that the quality is just enough to is fit for purpose. Together, for sure, governance and technical blueprint, they are interlinked. Pretty much showing the understanding that the governance authorities that we may put in place, they have to be aligned with the type of deployment, the type of decentralized architecture that we need to put in place, as well as maintaining the integration of legacy systems and trusted secure environments. All in all has to be put in place in a roadmap that takes into account all the different bases, but Mark will give us an update in a minute. So we took all the requirements in the different categories, and this is the requirements that we came up with in our second deliverable. By the second phase of the project, the EARSC blueprint was already quite established. So we took the blueprint building blocks and we put them up front to make sure that we are not going off track with all these requirements, to make sure that we are pretty much aligned with them. So final remarks on my last master slide. Yes, legal compliance first, that's a must. It's not something that we can avoid. It will give us, for sure, it's given quite a good set of requirements coming from all the different legislations. Lower entry barriers that we've already mentioned in Mattia's slides. Yes, if we want to, we need to find the balance into lower entry barriers, trying to make it easy for data providers to integrate into the Green Deal data space, but at the same time trying to understand what would be the cost and the revenue models that are put in place in order to ensure this. All-inclusive governance, we have to make sure that the representation of the stakeholders is at every level that will influence the decision-making process. We have to make sure that the quality is fulfilled based on a scientific approach, that all the data that comes into the Green Deal data space, it has some kind of a science-based evidence. The collaboration agreements, how do we reach to the final legal form of establishment? This may be a pathway that starts with a collaboration agreements, but pretty soon they will have to take the shape of a legal establishment in order to be able to go ahead in a sustainable manner. And all in all, putting the trust framework right at the core of the data space in order to ensure that, that there is trust, that people come because they really can trust the whole data space. They can trust the data, they can trust the participants, and they have the rules up front in a transparent manner. So this is it for me.
Hello? Good? Okay. So thank you, Marta. Any questions on governance? Any quick questions on governance? Please. Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Sorry, I will hand you the mic. So firstly, thank you so much for this very clear presentation of this very lengthy work. So congratulations. I actually have two questions. Sorry. I can make it three as well, but let's stick with two. So one would be, I think it's quite quick. It's like when you were talking about the stakeholders, for me, I was a little bit surprised to see that the environment itself was not represented as a separate stakeholder. So how do you account for the use cases that would actually have an impact on the environment, like talking about, for example, how light pollution can impact bird migration and so on? And the second question would be about the sustainability of the data space. So I see that you define that you should have lower entry barrier requirements, but are there any other resources that you have concluded that would help the onboarding of new data space participants? Thank you.
So the first one, the environment, I'm sorry, we didn't make that message more clear because this is at the core of the Green Deal data space. We've been following the strategic actions of the Green Deal data space where things like zero pollution, the climate adaptation, climate change have been the drivers, and we have been selecting use cases based on these strategic actions where they're really looking at what is the impact on the environment. The whole Green Deal data space will be by law trying to fulfill the climate law, which is trying to reach climate neutrality by 2050. It's one of their main drivers, perhaps in the roadmap where we are driven by the targets of the strategic actions. This is how we bring the stakeholders. We are bringing them driven by the strategic actions of the Green Deal data space. That was question number one. Question number two on the business. The business models, what are the drivers that you're saying there is lower entry barrier requirements, but at the same time we've been talking, as I mentioned, to the different types of stakeholders, not only to ensure that this is going to be like easy for data providers, we have to satisfy the needs of those coming from industry as well, in that way they want to make an impact on the environment through bringing a competitive advantage, through bringing business models that they can benefit, that they can profit from, so they can ingest their profits back into the data economy. And we really achieve this single market for data. Creating a new economy. Out of the environment. It has to be. In order to achieve this climate neutrality, we have to have a disruptive, transformative actions. That go all the way down into how we do businesses. I don't know if that helps, but we're going to have later on a panel to continue the discussion on that, and you can ask more questions there.
So one question from Marco. Is that you had a question, right? So quickly, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thanks for remembering the name as well. Marco Canton Fujitsu. I was very interested in, very, very good presentation, thanks. About the data sharing mechanisms and incentives that I think is a core element. Did you get a chance to identify new incentives or analyze existing ones? Are all included in the collaboration agreements that you mentioned?
In fact, with incentives and the value proposition, I think I was totally inspired by the paper that the BDBI wrote. We've started this collaborative study on trying to understand why users need the data spaces. And then in there we have like role by role of why do they want to come here, right? And to start with, everybody, there were stereotypes or the well-understood communities, that the open data, open science communities that they've been here for a long time. But there are these new players, And as we've mentioned, going back again into how we have to enable, SMEs and industry to be able to make a profit and to make businesses out of achieving green and environmental objectives. And I think that's the key. We have to bring the two, and that's one of the challenges, Bring two communities that have been going like in different directions for years, for decades, we have to bring them together, so they can capitalize one on each other.
So I think very realistically on this point, and if I'm going to invite Jara to come up, and I'll introduce her in just a moment. Let me just take that. I think there's going to be a strong role for government in a lot of this. We're talking about the various regulatory requirements, reporting requirements. This is going to drive a lot of activity in a way that has not happened before. So the question is how do we make this shall we say, a net positive activity for companies rather than a negative sort of burden? So how do we create some value from that? I think that's the opportunity here. It's still early days to put the equation together and to solve the equation, but I think we're beginning to see the pieces for that. So now let's talk about, we've talked about low entry barriers for data providers, and Hara Hatzakiriakou is going to share our experience in Work Package 5 in identifying some of the the most important data that needs to be a part of the Green Deal data space when we get going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Do you hear me well? Yeah? Okay. Nevena, when you want me to stop, do me a sign, okay? Okay, so good morning from me too. I'm Haris Hatzakiriakou, or Hara. I work in Vienna at the Earth Observation Data Center, and we were leading the high priority dataset work package 5. The objective of this work package was to identify the initial set of datasets, of priority datasets for the future implementation of the Green Deal data space. And we did so in a use case approach. So Francesca talked about the use cases, or the RUSIs, reference use cases and initiatives. Let's call them RUSIs from now on. And there was a very close collaboration with Work Package 2 to extract the data requirements. I was asked to talk about results, and this is our result in this nice AI image. It has been the datasets and data services inventory, which consists of two databases. The one is the datasets, and the other one is the data services. My ambition for today is to make clear what each one contains and how it is supposed to be used, or anyway seen. The first one, the datasets inventory, has been created with input from our 16 RUSIs, as I said, the reference use case and initiatives, and how we collect this information through questionnaires, interviews, deep dive meetings. We talk to experts from different Green Deal domains, and we try to identify their priorities in data, but also their gaps, datasets that they were missing, or they could not access for XY reasons. The result of this, I'm going to go into detail in a second, but the result of this was a list of specific data sets. The second one was the data services inventory, which was rather a list of data services or portals, catalogs, so on. And that was created based on information collection from the broader community of practice that Francesca very well explained. Also, Francesca showed this, so I'm not going to go into detail, also for the sake of time. But briefly, I would like to highlight that you can see the different Green Deal domains that we addressed. You can see hydrology, marine. Mark, you're hiding half of it. Thank you. Air pollution. You can see air pollution. You can see solid earth and biodiversity in phase 1, and then in phase 2, Francesca talked about the 4 different thematic categories, let's say, and here you can see the use case within this. Quick note to mention that we also looked into the use case of Destination Earth, because we know that a link with Destination Earth is valuable, and we looked into 3 specific use cases that fall into biodiversity, climate change adaptation, and zero pollution, and they were challenging different components of Destination Earth. These are not great use cases, great ruses. It is some additional work that we thought it would be worth doing. And here in this table you see the strategic actions that the different ruses address. The circular economy use cases were onboarded into the project only at the very last month or so, so that's why you see that there are not so many. So the result. The datasets inventory contains right now and at its final form 94 specific datasets, which are specific, as I mentioned, the data requirements and products of the RUSIs. And it has been organized in a spreadsheet, to say simply, and described by certain tags. These tags you can see them in the table on the right side, and of course we can discuss for a very long time why did you choose this and not other ones, and we did discuss for a very long time in the project. But according to the opinion of the consortium, let's say, these are the minimum tags that can adequately describe the datasets. Some, as you can see, are mandatory, some are conditionally mandatory, depending on the type of the dataset, and so on. The datasets cover different thematic categories. They come from different data providers. There are different data types, formats, metadata standards, licenses, and resolutions and extents. We tried to cover a broad variety of data. They are from local, European, and global programs and initiatives, and they cover more local areas, let's say, European and global. On the types, you can find in there gridded data, but also sensor data, model outputs, maps in vector, imagery, and so on. Accordingly, the data formats are different based on the data types, and you can see a variety of metadata standards and licenses. I trust that some of them you identify because they are pretty common, but there have been also quite specific metadata standards and licenses based on the domain. There's domain-specific standards. I should not forget to mention that the datasets have been assessed for their fairness using the tool Fuji, which was developed by the Horizon Europe, I think, project Fair is Fair. And this information is also included in the datasets inventory. Running to the data service inventory, as I mentioned, this has been created based on the information that we collected from the broader community of practice. Francesca mentioned and showed also this picture with all the stakeholders and the broader view. The current status of the inventory contains 406 Green Deal-related data services, and here we really tried to cover data services from a very broad spectrum, let's say, of data providers and intermediaries. You can see here that there are European, of course, agencies, programs and initiatives, intergovernmental agencies, organizations, private data providers, but also the public sectors, research institutes, and also some citizen science initiatives. This is also organized in a spreadsheet. They are together. You can download them from the website. And in there you can find the information also about their prioritization. And this brings me to the prioritization slide. Here we wanted the initial plan. So if you go in our description of action, you see that we thought that we wanted to prioritize both the datasets and the services. However, in the runtime of the project, we realized that we cannot really prioritize the datasets of the like the data requirements of the use cases, because they are all of high priority to each use case. They cannot achieve their objectives if they don't have all these use cases, or all these datasets, excuse me. So we consider all of the datasets in the datasets inventory of high priority, and they are not prioritized. The data services, on the other hand, were prioritized based on these 5 criteria. Again, we can discuss for a very long time why these criteria and not other ones, and we did that as well. And we concluded to these ones. So the first one is how important these data services were for our use cases. As I said at the beginning, we followed a use case approach. So the prioritization, first of all, needs to make sure that the center of it, in the center of it, are our use cases. The second one is how relevant they are to the 3 strategic actions that we were focusing throughout the project. I remind you, the biodiversity, zero pollution, and the climate change adaptation strategy. Their sustainability, their relevance to major European Green Deal initiatives and programs, and you can see the list there. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all of them. And their data completeness, and by that we mean their spatial and temporal extent. Maybe the word completeness is a bit misleading here. And this is the result. These are the 30 top priority Green Deal data services. I think the first thing that someone noticed from this slide is the repetition of the EC flag and the repetition of the Copernicus and the European Environmental Agency logos and so on. After seeing the criteria that we have used to create this list, I think you're not surprised to see that, especially when it comes to sustainability, completeness, and so on. You can also see some non-European services, for example, USGS and NOAA. You can see some non-EC services like the CCI from ESA, from the European Space Agency, very important source of data as well. You can see information systems like the water one and the forest one. You can see, because we had a number of use cases from the Netherlands, you can see PDoc, which has been used quite a lot from Dutch researchers, and so on. Disclaimer, this is the result of our prioritization, and the prioritization was carried out by 4 project members. If 4 other project members had carried out, maybe it would look different, and so on. So you should use this or look at it with this in mind. The last thing that I want to mention is the data gaps. So while talking to the use cases and to the stakeholders, we also wanted to understand what are the major data gaps right now in Europe. And these are the 9 main categories that we concluded to. So the data harmonization, this covers cross-border harmonization, but also harmonization in formats. I'm going to go through it a bit fast. I'm not going to go through every bullet point, but you can find all the information in the deliverable. In situ data, I think we're all aware of that. In different kinds of, in different domains, different kinds of in situ data are mentioned, but in some cases, the temporal resolution was not sufficient, so they were not regularly and consistently recorded, the needed data. In some other cases, they don't exist at all. And an interesting gap here that I would like to highlight is the lack of in situ data in the global south, which we don't have so much in mind, but it highly affects global models. The real-time data is another problem. Again, depending on the domain, different kinds of gaps exist. But meteorological, real-time meteorological and hydrological data have been mentioned during our project, and so on. This is now getting a bit challenging for me to see, to be honest. Anyway, you will see it in the deliverable. Biodiversity, I think this is also a big topic, and probably you are aware of it. From plans and permits to protection areas to specific kind of biodiversity. Here I have the example of benthic habitats because we had the relevant use case. There are problems. There are gaps. Health data is another topic, and this is very much related to how climate change and how the changing Earth processes actually affect our health. Data on this information does not exist, or it's not openly and easily available to researchers. Researchers have told us that they apply their models without knowing what exactly they are. So, for example, talking about particulate matter, we were discussing with the researcher, and they told us that we show what happens to the environment when we remove particulate matter, but what is the effect on the health? We have no idea yet. So this is still something lacking. Socioeconomic data. I need to go faster, I trust. So socioeconomic data, business value data, and then translating data into actionable insights we heard in our stakeholder forums, and of course information like adequate information on quality control and the quality level of the data sets. Yes, and this is my last slide, so some final remarks from our side as well, which are rather recommendations for the future based on our work and based on all the discussion that we've had. We think that having a key use case in the center of the implementations and the technical implementations is of value, is the right way to go. Of course, this is what we saw in the deployment call, so it is in line. We would start, when it comes to the priority data sets for the implementation, we would start with the identified data sets, and we would add data sets based on the use cases that we have. The identified gaps should, of course, be in focus. We have heard these gaps from everyone that we talk to, so they should be addressed. It should be the focus of Europe to address them. Certain data sets might need to be transformed on the fly to be able to be analyzed in different forms. The Green Deal data space shall be designed and developed in a way that the commercial sector is also attracted, both to use it and to contribute to it. And finally, a close link with Copernicus, Destination Earth, and regional, national, and local geodata providers should be in scope. And that's all from my side. I bet I was very late.
So thank you, Hara. Let's maybe take one or two questions for Hara's presentation. And after that, I'll walk us through the roadmap. And as we're doing that, I'm hoping that the different panelists the different presenters can join me up here, and we'll do a short panel. We're going to run a tiny bit late, right? Thank you. So that we can have the panel and we can have some of your questions and we can address things. So I would just quickly point out that even though this is at a high level a very simple work package, in fact it's very insightful because it's identifying a lot of the things that will make a Green Deal data space work, and also a lot of the things that will not, that will make a Green Deal data space not work. So it's very important to get this right and to understand the implications. It's not something, many of the problems that are being identified are not problems that a Green Deal data space can solve. Other people need to solve those problems. So we'll try to make this a little more clear as we go along. But any questions from the group? Oh dear.
Typical.
No, I'm not going to let you ask any questions because you have a private access. Yes, please. Okay, oh, here we go. I'll be Phil Donahue.
Hello, Kate Larkin from the eModNet Secretariat. So we're talking about the marine domain. eModNet's a marine data service of DG Mare. I just had a quick reflection. It was very interesting to see how you looked at the different or the diversity, let's say, of the data services, a lot of them public commission-driven services, that will be required to feed into this Green Deal data space. And it's really reflecting back on the last presentation or discussion about sustainability as well, that clearly if we're talking about the sustainability of a Green Deal data space, we also need to look at the foundation of those services and the data providers into that data space. So talking for eModnet, for example, this year we're looking at a vision to 2035 with our community, and we're looking at sustainability, but it's very clear that a lot of these services are not yet, they're very mature, but they're not yet at the level of sustained funding that will be required to not only maintain what they do, but also step up and serve the likes of the Green Deal data space and the digital twin of the ocean, for example. So it's just a reflection.
Absolutely, thank you.
So any other questions? Thorsten.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation as well. So my question is a little bit, I hope short, but maybe not easy to answer. I think of the priority data sets that you identified, a majority is already in some form accessible or open data. So did you also investigate like what portion of data still needs to be made accessible?
Yes. No. Yes and no is the answer. While talking to the use cases that I mentioned, some of them were, depending on the problem they had to solve, right? Some of them were using data sets, data types that are usually open and available, see Copernicus, see, for example, in situ data from eModnet and so on. And some of them were using data sets that are from statistical agencies, for example, that in some countries they are not open data. Some of them were using, for example, energy certificates we were discussing earlier. In Italy, in some provinces they are open, in some other ones they are not. These datasets we could not pinpoint them. We could never find them. They are provided to specific users with specific contracts, and they cannot be shared publicly or anything. So these datasets, you will not find them in the inventory because we never found them. You know, that's why in the deliverable you will find with bold letters, this is a non-exhaustive list of datasets as requirements of the use cases, because many of these datasets we could not find them. They could not provide them to us. I don't know. Did I answer? Sort of. Okay. We can discuss later. Yes, absolutely.
It's not a question. It's a remark. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just want to praise the work of this working package and together with the community, because when doing the stakeholder forums, what people care about, it was about data. Yeah, and I was very jealous of the attendance of Hara's forums, breakout the room sessions, because they were by far the most attended. Yeah, we had a few guys in governance, we had a few guys in the technical program, but everybody went for data. And
we made the right
discussions
at
there.
the
So that's what people care about.
Yes.
Okay, one last question.
Thomas David, I belong to the French National Mapping Agency, and I have one question: is that we didn't see our data sets. So is it normal, or maybe do we have to make some work to get a better exposure of our data, like maps, point cloud data, things like that?
Can you please repeat your organization, because I didn't
So it's a IGN. It's a French National Mapping Agency.
Okay.
It's part of our sustainability strategy. You can pay. Please, and a real answer.
Yeah, as I said, this exercise of the prioritization, it was carried out by 4 individuals. We tried to have 4 individuals with different backgrounds, so to have a broader, brain. But this doesn't mean, like, the fact that you didn't see your services in these top 30 services doesn't mean anything. There are 406 in there, and if you go through the list, you might be surprised by the ranking of some of them versus some other ones. But because the criteria were chosen in such a way, and something that I forgot to mention actually is that we gave specific weight to the criteria. and the highest weights were towards the use cases. So if your data sets, if your data services were not used by our use cases, they automatically are ranked lower, and so on. If you look into how we did this exercise, I think it will make more sense for you. Now I discuss it very fast, but we can discuss it later if you want. I'm gone.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sure there are more questions, and we will get to them in the panel. While the panel is assembling up here, I will share thoughts on the roadmap. Oh, we have there we go. So unfortunately, Sebastian Denvy from ECMWF couldn't join us, so I'm going to present some kind of summary points of view regarding our roadmap for the Green Deal data space. So as I mentioned before, or referred to before, we have the input from Work Package 2, the Community of Practice. We've filtered it through 3 work packages looking at technical blueprint, governance framework, and the data set inventory. And then we bring it back together into a roadmap and some kind of a picture of what we think the Green Deal data space is going to look like. What happened? Oh, there we go. So we're focusing on the roadmap. This is one of 5 packages. That's what I just said. And remember that our focus in general has been on these 3 priority actions, strategic actions of the very big European Green Deal. So namely just the biodiversity strategy, zero pollution action plan, and climate change adaptation strategy. We, towards the end of the project, added information about the circular economy. So if it's not covered as deeply as it's covered by these other areas, just be aware of that as the background. So what's our target as a mission? So our target is, and this is sort of just a definitional thing, all of our activities need to be focused on achieving the European Green Deal priority actions and the growth of the circular economy. So everything underneath that with the bullet points is about achieving that target as part of our mission for proposed mission for the Green Deal data space: make data more accessible and exploitable, seamlessly connect existing digital infrastructures, include growing amounts of data from digital twins, etc., create a secure environment that holders of sensitive data can rely upon for sharing and exchanging data, enable I'm not going to read them all, actually. You can read them faster than I can. These are all in our deliverables, so I'm not giving you any information that you cannot find written in another form, and we'll share these slides. But we're identifying a very clear mission. We're identifying a well-defined mission. It's not clear because it has many things. A good mission has one thing. So we have multiple objectives, which is a bit of a challenge, but it's realistic. So Marta presented a picture that was kind of a deconstructed picture of the actors, and I'm presenting a picture here that sort of puts it together into a framework or an illustration that I hope will help people understand where they might see themselves in the broader landscape. So we have a big ecosystem, and it has a dotted line around the outside of it because it doesn't have a boundary. It doesn't end anywhere, and there's no governance framework or set of rules for that ecosystem. It's just like a natural ecosystem where the tigers eat the giraffes, and these things happen. There are no rules except what you want to do in your daily life. Within that ecosystem, we create a data space, and around that data space is a data space governance framework that defines the boundaries. There's a community in the ecosystem that can use the data space to achieve some objectives and various objectives. There are infrastructures. These are actual collections of servers and storage and networking and racks and bits and pieces that are going to hold data and allow processing to occur. Some of these will live outside the data space. Some of them will be set up inside the data space to perform services and functions required by the data space. Some of them will be pre-existing, currently existing infrastructures that will say, I'm going to stick a toe into the pool of the data space and make some of my infrastructure a part of the data space. And a good example of that is the connector that many people have heard about in the data space world. And this is a piece of physical technology that basically allows an infrastructure like a company's data systems, information technology systems, participate in a more public data space. That's an example of a piece of infrastructure becoming part of the data space. Data is inside the data space, it's outside, it's held by infrastructures that are participating. It's not all in one place, so we have to recognize that. What are our objectives? So I listed a bunch of mission points. What we tried to use, and you can't really read it, but you'll be able to see it in our deliverables and in the copy of the slides, is we created a taxonomy of objectives that start with the most simple one, which is we're going to assemble a community, to the most aggressive one down at the bottom, which is we're going to actually enable target setting, for performance monitoring, managing achievement of targets, etc. And in between, we have interesting levels of our taxonomy where we have broadly sovereign information resources that are interoperable. We add quality to that. We add analytics to that. We allow the creation of actionable insights, etc. So progressively, you're adding more and more capability. Our minimum viable product, our target for 2025 in the implementation, is level 2. Which is data is all of level 0, 1, and 2. So we've got a community of practice, we've got relevant data brought together to allow data sovereignty and interoperability, and we're providing data quality measures. I would note in particular that we use some terms. So in the environmental world, there are things called essential variables, and there are essential climate variables, there are essential biodiversity variables. This essentially lives at the level 2. This is the sort of the currency that's being used, at least in the environmental community, about how to talk about the state of the climate, the state of the earth. And this is where you find them in our taxonomy. There's also a thing called binding targets, and these are the things that the Commission has set as its measures of achievement. These live down at level 6. So it'll take us a while to really fully achieve them and enable the measurement of binding targets, but that sort of puts things into perspective. So business concept, kind of a pile of key components. I won't run through them, but the point is there's some sort of foundational pieces of trust framework, value generation, the presence of legal creation and operation of legal entities, as well as multi-level interoperability. We bring all those things together in a sort of a layered stack of capabilities, which with the pinnacle of sustainable business models. And it's plural because each entity is going to have its own business model. And each participant is going to come to the Green Deal data space with their own business model. So we have to enable all of those to live together in that ecosystem, recognizing that different parties are trying to get different benefits out of using the Green Deal data space. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that there are multiple business models. So one of the key areas of kind of business modeling or value propositioning is the idea of a use case. So I just wanted to highlight our socio-technical view of a use case. It's easy to talk about it. Well, what is it? Well, it's probably kind of a tenet of our platform, a little closed thing that's inside the Green Deal data space. We're not quite sure how it's going to be implemented technically, but inside the use case, you'll see pointers to stuff that's outside the use case and that frankly is outside of the Green Deal data space. So you'll see, for example, EMODNet, which is Kate Larkin's and Julia's organization, with data, the little ones and zeros, and actual services, analytics. And these three use cases that are focusing on bodies of water, the Baltic, the Mediterranean, and the North Sea and English Channel, are going to be using a lot of that data commonly from somebody like EMODNet and probably a bunch of other sources. But they're also going to bring their own stuff. And in fact, some of that own stuff may be private. So information about fishing trawlers in the North Sea and their levels of catch at different points in time, they're probably not going to want to put that on a public website or in the Green Deal data space. They're going to want to control that. So we give them a mechanism within the North Sea Channel use case to provide this sensitive data in a controlled way to a controlled group of people, and we allow them to achieve their results. I'm almost done, because Nevena says I'm done. Let me just finish up by saying we're translating all these concepts into we have translated it into a high-level strategic roadmap with lots of moving parts. Again, this is documented in our roadmap deliverable, but it gives you a feeling of just just a small inkling of the complexity of this and what's going to happen for those organizations that are moving forward with a proposal for deployment is all of those boxes, all of those timelines, all of those targets need to be exposed and documented as part of a proposal. So that's what will happen there. And there I thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce our panel. You've met them all already. And this is our opportunity for any questions. I know lots of hands have been raised, and I hope we can address more questions. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, the question is regarding, let's say, this strategy or roadmap. I did not see the community, bottom-up involvement first. Second, because it's, let's say, a bottom-up and top-down approach, I don't see also the politician, for instance, the EU, regional or national, to understand them. I mean, with their program, what has gone wrong, what has gone, I mean, how the bottom-up can, through the data, to the data space, we can say, align the two types of policies, bottom-up and top-down.
So the quick answer is that we have engaged at both levels quite extensively through the community of practice work. Doesn't work. Hello? Okay, the quick answer is that we've engaged at both levels to the extent possible. So it's absolutely at the bottom-up level. So all the work that Francesca described is really driven by the bottom-up level. And we have been engaging at many points through folks not only at the commission level, but also at other regional and member state organizations. Do you have a viewpoint on that? Or the other quick point is that we're, as a CSA, we're not really an intergovernmental organization. So perhaps if there's a deployment call, that deployment call will have the standing, if you will, to get that kind of input. Hopefully that will happen through a kind of a natural process. So any other questions?
Thank you, Jean Dussard from European Commission, DG Research and Innovation. I had a question with respect to the topographic data. It was mentioned by the colleagues from the National Geographic Institute of France. Do you see them landing in one specific data space, or those data are clearly of crucial use for several data spaces, like the agricultural data space? Would you see them being in a separate data space for more like hosting horizontal data? They are clearly a high-value data set, so those topographic maps should find a place somewhere. Thank you.
Okay. Ara, Mattia?
Does this work?
Hello?
I totally agree. We have discussed this, that there are many types of data sets, especially geospatial data sets, that cannot fall under only one data space. And there should be a way, and this I'm going to give it to Mattia, that certain data sets should be discoverable by multiple, through multiple data spaces. Totally agree.
Yeah, does it work? Okay. Yes, indeed, especially for the Green Deal domain, one important aspect is that many of the data sets that are relevant for Green Deal will be relevant for other data spaces as well. And that is why the approach of allowing the different autonomous systems to contribute with what they have without imposing data space specific technicalities facilitates this process of a data provider that participates in different data spaces. At least at the Green Deal level, we try to do this, to come up with a solution that allows this, because for the Green Deal, I think that almost all the data sets can belong, can participate to the Green Deal data space as well as others data spaces. So, okay, too many questions.
Thank you very much. Donald Regan from Fujitsu. I just want to elaborate a tiny bit on that question. In terms of not only sectoral data spaces within maybe the EU framework, but also the GAIA-X Lighthouse projects and private sector data spaces, how do you see this evolving in terms of, for example, let's say agriculture? If a farmer, for example, has to submit his data and he's using the Ag Data Hub, and then he has to provide a fee to use that, and then let's say they need to use the common agricultural data space and then the common Green Deal data space, and the data sets start to overlap. How do you see the connection between these data spaces, or as well, I'm speaking about the business model, and how do you allow users to connect to multiple data spaces in that instance?
Does it work? No. It works. It works. 3 at a time. Yeah, that's a good question, and we took that question in mind right from the beginning of the data spaces. The first thing that we did when we started the activity was, let's get together with all the other data spaces initiatives, because that is going to be a totally valid, that would be the real world, when you really need to look at the environmental impact. The data policies, and the strategic actions, they are asking for that. They are interlinked and they're interconnected. They are not saying, let's sort our agricultural problems. They're talking about, let's see how what kind of problems do we need to tackle in agriculture in order to reach climate neutrality. So the overlaps are plenty of them, right? So we did talk to them, to the agriculture, to Ag Data Hub, right from the beginning, and we've looked at interoperability for sure. So someone should be able to establish a use case when seamlessly they can go grab data from Data Hub, Ag Data Hub, any one of their contributors and their platforms. They have several of them in the agricultural data space, and they should be able to grab data from the Green Deal data space and combine them together in order to achieve their objectives. I know it's a very high level description to start with, but for sure we've been talking about the challenges of doing that, which there are quite a few, right? If you want to ensure a federated solution, interoperability in terms of not only technical but legal, then there will be a few challenges to overcome. But that's been on paper from day number 1.
Any other comments? Okay, so before I find the next question, I'd like to just say I think one of the opportunities when we have these multiple data spaces is that they are not competitive. They are not intended to be competitors with one another. So there's a need for the data spaces to figure out how to talk to one another and say, oh, I have that data, and I can make it available to the next data space in sort of a sensible way. That hasn't been worked out. It needs to be worked out. And it needs to reflect the governance of the two respective data spaces, which might be slightly different, unless there is an agreement in the ecosystem to create some commonality. So there are some opportunities, but also some challenges, like always, and the idea would be that we're not forcing people to, we'd like to achieve a one-window result and a single market for data just as before. So a comment or? Okay, very quickly, and I'm going to get to another question.
Yeah, it's just to say that actually Data Spaces Support Center is doing work in this direction, so I don't have the answers to your question, but everybody acknowledges that a user cannot be connected to 300 data spaces. So I guess the answers will come very practically very soon.
Yeah, neither a user nor... Last question. Who has the best last question? You've asked a question. You're out. Okay. Who's, oh, here we go. The penultimate.
I don't know about the penultimate question, but it's an interesting one for me. So, very nice work. Thank you for the information. I think the project has been focused largely around things like geospatial data and things that are different, let's say it like that, different from consumer level products. But if we look at the circular economy, consumer level products are an important additional focus area. And indeed, in the upcoming call for proposals, consumer level products are called out. So my question is, based on the work that you've done in the past and looking forward to applying this work to something like consumer level products, what do you think your biggest learning curve or the biggest items that will potentially cause challenges for you, what are those going to be?
I think I'll get this, right? So,
can you use a mic? Can we get a mic to work?
Yes, it should work. Thanks for your questions. I think it's it opens up a lot of big other questions, because especially I think at the end of the project we really understood how the interconnection of the communities, so across of course Green Deal data space and other data spaces, which I also want to connect to another comment, is that all of these CSAs also have different type of lifetime as well. Okay, so the fact that some were already like finishing or more mature, supported as well these interconnections. Circular economy is of course one of the biggest as well topic that is going to happen in the future, and of course Great wanted to comment upon that. So for example, we introduced some of the final interactions with I don't know, digital product passport, for example, within really the the circular economy component. So this will be for sure an implementation of the future community of practice. Again, this is, it's the sandbox, it's the beginning of this community, it's active, but we'll have to follow, of course, the future implementation of the commissions and so on. So these communities are, are there. The main strategic actions of the Green Deal are many, are more than 11. We focus on these ones, of these initial 3. But of course, the extensions, it's never ending. So for sure, it's for us and for the future, this implementation team will be a good challenge to have. I don't know if Marta or I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Thanks, does it work? Yeah. Thanks, Tracy, for the question. It was very enlightening, to see how the circular economy, it's absolutely part of the green. It's one of the main actions in there. In order to get the circularity of the products, we've learned a lot during this project on how all this consumer perspective, and if we don't target all this circularity and all the aspects related to it, like the transformation and the supply chains that need to happen, and in addition, we're going to have the legislation, all the legislation that is going to help us in order to ensure that there is a sustainability, CSRD, the eco design. All these legislations, they are not there to make our life difficult. Hopefully, they're going to be there to highlight that what it needs to be put in place. It's a very industry-driven domain, so we have to learn how the circular economy, together with the Green Deal or the environmental data that is being needed in order to prove that all this circularity is achieved in terms of sustainable reporting, or in terms of trying to help you in order for you to set up competitive businesses, that will help us, between all of us, between all the strategic actions to achieve the objectives. They are interlinked. It's just like we cannot look at one thing in one silo.
Okay, well, that was a great question, and thank you. I think we have to wrap it up because the lasagna is getting cold, or maybe it's just the sandwiches. Thank everybody. I thank everybody for listening to our presentations and walking through our results. I think the biggest result now is that we no longer have to worry about using the word great in an ironic fashion. We can just use it as a regular word like all the others. We don't need to find synonyms. We can just say, you're great, we're great, thank you all. So that's it. Thank you very much. Have some lunch and we'll reconvene.
So good to see you again, and I hope that we managed to bring in all the people to the first panel. I think somehow we will continue with the discussions from before, because the first question actually will be looking about why do we really need data spaces, and looking at it from different communities, looking at it from different stakeholders is actually now the topic basically for the panel. We have for the discussion actually 4 people around. So we have Julie Hollis, we have Panos Ilias, we have Sophie Mesaros and Stefano Nativi over there, and I would like to invite you all to join me in the front so that I'm not alone around. So you can select a seat. So thanks for joining, and thanks for being available for the panel and also the discussion towards data spaces. Yeah, as agreed, let's first start with a general introduction of everybody, and then we dig into questions. And for sure in this introduction you can also refer a little bit on why you are here, how are you connected to data spaces, and also tell us a bit what is your background. Yeah, let's just start with Julie first.
Hello everybody, my name is Julie Hollis. I'm the Secretary General of EuroGeosurveys, Surveys, and I've been very happy to be on the advisory board of the project. Just to let you know a little about us, EuroGeosurveys Surveys represents 37 geological survey organizations of Europe. And so I'm representing the geological survey community here, and in particular their wish to engage more in the public delivery of geological or subsurface data, which is considered within our community as crucial to many aspects of achieving the goals of the Green Deal. In particular, I want to mention that almost all of our members, plus some additional partners, 48 in all from 35 countries, are involved in a project called the Geological Service for Europe project. And this aims to deliver pan-European harmonized data sets related to geoenergy, minerals, groundwater, and harmonized maps and models in order to achieve some of these goals. So yeah, that's a little about EuroGeosurveys Surveys. Thanks.
Perfect, thanks a lot. And I would suggest that we follow up with Panos. He's the second in the list, and also to support the gender balance, I thought we mix it up a bit.
It's working?
Yes, it's working. So please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hello, I'm Panos Ilias. I work for the Flemish Research Institute for Agricultural, Fishery and Food in Flanders. I'm working at DILVO, that's the short name, the last 6 years. At the beginning, my primary mission was to design and develop a data sharing platform called Just Connect. And after that, I'm working in various research projects, and I represent ILVO in the Data Space Support Center, because ILVO is associated partner, and I also participate in the Agri-Data Space project, and I'm in the team that is also participating in the Data for Food project. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So from geology to agriculture, the third topic will be cities. So therefore, I invite you, Sophie, to present yourself.
Thank you. So indeed, my name is Sophie Mesaros, and I am here representing EARSC, Open and Just Smart Cities and Communities. We are an international organization, and our aim and commitment is towards the communities and cities to help them upscale their solutions. So the idea is that if you struggle in one community with a certain technical problem and you find a solution, it's likely that there will be another community wanting the same solution because they may have a similar problem. And at the core of our activities is the question of interoperability. For this reason, we are advancing our work on the minimal interoperability mechanisms. And because, as I said, the interoperability is at our core, We are involved in data spaces work as well. So we are a strategic partner of the Data Space Support Center, but we are also involved in the data spaces for smart communities. We coordinated the preparatory action, and much of the work which is carried on now in the deployment phase, we are also involved there. So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Sophie. And last but not least, Stefano, who is working many years already in the domain of I would say geoscience. And maybe he can present himself now in his role and also in the topics that he's addressing at the moment.
Thank you very much, Christian, and thank you for having invited me. Today, I'm Stefano Nativi, and now I work for the permanent representation of Italy to the European Council of EU, if you like. But my permanent affiliation is still CNR. I mentioned that because I have these two different heads. I mean, CNR means, research, and previously I've been for 5 years with a Joint Research Center, European Commission. So largely, science research. But then now I have been for a couple of time working for the Council of European Union, so it is more policy. But still, I mean, the same subject, data, digital, subject. I've been involved with Christian, by the way, with Destination Earth, and also I see, Jean here with GEO, so Earth observation and space science. So, lots of, friends. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefano. And it's also really good to see that somebody with technical background and knowing the domain from that side and also from the scientific point follows in that policy domains now. But good, then let's continue. I just realized that I haven't somehow said my name. So my name is Christian Briese. I'm from the Earth Observation Data Center in Vienna, and we are trying to set up a data infrastructure for geodata in general with a strong focus on Earth observation. But before we don't address that topic, so within GREAT, our main activity was looking at the data inventory activity. We now really discuss within the panel on why do we now actually really need data spaces. So what is the data need, what is the data demand, and what do really the different communities need. And therefore I would again start again with Julie and asking her from her geological domain, which I always have in mind that people are walking around in the countryside looking at geological forms. So how do you enter the, how do you deal with the data need in the field, but also then in the office?
Yeah, well, that does happen, certainly. But it's not all we do, yeah. Okay, so in terms of the challenges that we face as a community, I think one of the biggest ones really is the recognition of the actual need for geological data from those groups that we see as our users, who are really quite a diverse user base. And an example of that is if you look at regulation of land use, for example, there's quite well-developed regulation of land use, but if you look at regulation of subsurface use at member state or at EU level, it's at very best fragmented, and in many cases it just doesn't exist at all. So there's this complete lack of recognition that data relating to the subsurface is actually quite important and useful. So at the moment, this largely happens on a sort of the management and use of the subsurface happens sort of on a first come, first served basis, which is not really very good governance. And what's more, the increasing climate impacts mean that it becomes that potential use of the subsurface is, or competing uses are becoming more of an issue. And so there's a real need for the data and recognition that we need to deliver that data to stakeholders. Okay, so this brings me to another large challenge within our area, which is that in fact, the level of understanding of what geology even is generally rather low, almost universally, and that's that's largely thought to be because geology has been increasingly removed from school curriculum, more or less globally, over quite a long period of time. So, for example, young people don't really see this as a career option, when in fact there's a very diverse suite of careers that are very relevant to many aspects of achieving the Green Deal. And a lot of this also relates to public perception, which is often quite negative because people associate geology with mining and fossil fuels. But of course, reaching net zero means that we need green energies, for example, geothermal energy, heat from the earth. We need critical raw materials to feed the green technologies that we need for net zero, and so on. And we need to know where we can inject carbon into the subsurface and hydrogen fuel and so on. So all of these things require a knowledge of data related to the subsurface. But conveying that message to our users that this is important and that we want to deliver this data is really a big challenge for our community. Okay, another significant challenge that I wanted to mention is that that all of this kind of data is often collected by national authorities at member state level, and fortunately, a lot of this data is actually collected by geological survey organisations. Not all of it, of course, but because geological surveys have a big role to play here, this has given us the opportunity to then make this a strategic focus and collaborate on delivering harmonised pan-European data. And again, this relates to our current project, large project, the Geological Service for Europe project, to do just that and to deliver all of these different kinds of data sets related to minerals and energy and groundwater and geological hazards and so on through a common data infrastructure, the European Geological Data Infrastructure, which is happening. It's operational, but it is a huge amount of work. Working with, they're actually a great community, but they are distinct organisations that have operated largely independently in collecting data over, in some cases, decades, but in quite a few cases, more than a century. And then bringing that together and developing common standards for data standards and metadata standards and a common vision has really been a big challenge in doing that. But that's all underway, and there's a recognition in our community that that's very important for implementation of, for example, the CRM Act and the Net Zero Industry Act, which now are recognising the importance of the need of this kind of data. So a few comments about some of our challenges.
Okay, thank you. I would have just a short question into respect. As you mentioned that the data is collected in a federated manner, also a little bit with different formats. Is then the data stored centrally, or do you work in a federated manner?
We work in a federated manner, so we draw on the existing data sets. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. And understanding the Earth system is, I think it's really important to know what's happening in the Earth, but on the other hand, on the agricultural sector and on the seaside, I think we also need to get the top layers and see how they behave. So therefore, I would actually refer towards Panos, seeing what is your data demand and what is it. You need to reach out to the farmers, you need to reach out to the customers. So where do you see the biggest challenge in your domain?
Yeah. The biggest challenge, I think, if I have to prioritize, I will start with the fact that we have an issue of fragmentation. I mean, the collected data exist in various places, and they serve specific purposes. That means that it's very difficult to have an overall view of the data, which data exist, and it's also try to understand that parts of the supply chains they don't have access to each other data, and this is very important also for the food, not only agriculture. So we're talking about data silos. That's the term, and I remember in 2018 when we start developing Just Connect, that was the main mission, to break down the data silos and increase data sharing. And I'm afraid that this fragmentation at EU level exists. It's not something that has disappeared after 5 years. And I think also it has passed also to the data spaces initiatives that exist in agriculture. I mean, I'm using the results of the survey that the Agri Data Space project, it's the CSA action for agriculture perform, and they have identified around 400 data space initiatives all over Europe. If you see the list, many of them are existing organizations or platforms that project their vision for the new role that may they have in a data economy, and they believe that this way they can also improve their market position, or they think probably it's a good move if we want to reserve a seat in the upcoming new era of the data economy. Many reasons behind their motivation to participate. But this one generates, I think, two extra challenges. The first one is the scalability. I mean, those data platforms or the initiatives, in order to be able to perform, they have to grow, they have to scale up, they have to be able to use new technologies, deal with privacy, and also enforcement of policy and access rules. This is something new for them, for most of them. And most important, they have to governance a big group of actors that may have different role. And this is something challenging for them. And another issue is related to their maturity to adopt digital technology. This is another result from the survey. We have identified that some data spaces initiatives are already advanced and they do have the resources, but this is not the case. So we already have a wide variety, and we also have a gap, a divide at EU level. I mean, some regions are more advanced, but some regions are left behind. So this is another issue we have to deal, because we're talking about the European federated data spaces, and we're not talking about North European federated data spaces. Of course, we have to deal with issues, the standard issues about incompatibility of the platform, lack of standardization that generated interoperability issues, and one of the things, it's related to the ownership. In agriculture, I don't like using the word ownership, but actually there is a debate, or it's difficult to have consent, who is the owner or who has ownership rights, who is able to use the data. This is something, it's a challenge that we have. That's why we had the Code of Conduct for Agricultural Data Sharing in 2018. But this is a challenge that we are facing. And the farmers, who are the generators of data, they have, let's say, a weak position, or their power for negotiation is not equal comparing to big platforms. I can say more things, but I don't want to waste your time. Okay.
No, all good and very interesting, and I think there are a lot of aspects that came from that domain, and that we should maybe all consider in the data space setup phase of the Green Deal, but for sure also in all the others. And if you think about the neighbor also, you don't want to tell your neighbor what is growing and how much is growing in your yard, right? So
that's truth, yes.
Topic.
In my previous job, I was developing smart farming services, and the request from a farm organization is, I want to use satellite Earth observation to see what the others produce, but I don't want the others to see what I am producing. That was the demand, the requirement.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. And I think another topic that you mentioned, training people, because there are different speeds, there is different level of maturity around. I think that's really also something that we should consider. And I'm also sometimes worried that we always assume that the people here in the room, we are all aware about this, but there are many outside who have no clue about our thoughts and ideas and the technologies that are around. So we really need to bring them into the room and to gain the understanding. So I think that's actually really a big topic. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, cities. Cities are even maybe more complex. I don't know if it's really true, but at least we have there a lot of different stakeholders. We have a lot of different people who need information, who produce information, who might be needed to be guided by a city administration. So how do you address this challenge?
Well, indeed, thank you for the introduction of the problem. And then this is what we are dealing with and addressing as well. But I mean, it's very much related to what you've been saying, that there are these silos, and it's very, very common in the smart cities or just urban environments. What we usually say is, it's a system of systems, complex problems, problem of many hands. So there are so many terms that are addressing this very issue that you explained. And so what we have been seeing, I think, is that there have been more and more applications, AI-driven innovations coming to help these problems. But at the heart of these applications is data. So we always have to start with data. And I think that's why it was very, very, I mean, it's really good that we got these legislations from a top-down manner. So from the Commission, we got the legislations that were endorsing and promoting the use of data and making the data available, but that they also afterwards actually stood behind their words and started funding actions that would help communities overcome these challenges, such as the data spaces. And the data spaces itself, so as I said, I am representing here now the data spaces for smart communities. In this project, we are at the stage of deploying it. So what it means is that we are in charge of 15 million euros that we have to distribute amongst the communities. It means that this is a cascading funding. It means that while the applicant can apply for up to 1.5 million euros, the other 50% of the funding has to come from the applicant. So I think what it really shows that this strategy actually translates to a attempt to attract those who have this in their digital agenda, to really attract those who can actually pull this off. So thereby, I think it's also what you were saying earlier, to attract those to the table who don't know about it versus those who know about it. I think it's also a very tricky question, because we have on a European level this agenda of leave no one behind, but at the same time we have to avoid technology push. So I think this is a very nice way to on a European level to help those who are already there actually realize the data spaces, and thereby create resources for those who are not there yet, and then make those resources available for those who will come after.
So that means we need something like lighthouse examples showing how it could be and what it would bring, so that we then show others how they can use it. But I think the difficulty remains that cities are very different if you go from north to south, from east to west in Europe. So attracting there the different cities might really be a challenge. And where do you see the biggest use? Is it the individual administration of the city, or is it just individual running around in the city and getting support from a data space?
So for the first part of the question, it's indeed that we have this multi-stakeholder environment. So this is also why in the context of this data space, we refer to the governance scheme as a multi-stakeholder governance scheme, because we are, the way we came up with everything that's in our work was a very bottom-up approach, that we attracted stakeholders from all environments. So the goal was to really attract stakeholders from the 27 member states, and from the private to the public and to the academic and civil society areas. So to include all interests. So yes, indeed, you are right that that it is definitely at the heart of this project that we should attract that diversity. And the second part was the challenge of, sorry, I forgot the challenge of.
Is it mainly supporting the administration, or is it supporting the individual running around the city?
No, I think the question, that what is the biggest challenge? And I actually was talking to some of you earlier about this, that when we come in the context of smart communities, so we have an administration that is supposed to do a first-time high investment. and this administration will change within 4 years. So, and then actually the problem is that we don't really have research on actual fiscal and social values on what this high investment will bring. So this administration may say like, okay, I'm going to invest this, I don't know how many millions. And you know, there are actually other priorities in the administration. There's health, there's security, and so on and so forth. So how do you justify that you make an investment that you can't actually show like, hey, here are the numbers that prove that I made the right call?
Okay, thank you for that. And let's see how that can really then work out in the implementation. With Stefano, I would actually like to do a little bit a journey back into the past in his role as researcher. So maybe if you think about your research time and when you really were trying to analyze data, so where do you see in that time, or where would you have seen in that point in time the need of a data space?
Thank you. Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, I can use my research, experience, but also my policy experience now. And I mean, I think that here it was said several times, but maybe it is always useful to repeat that everything starts with data. If you don't have data, then, I mean, it is very difficult to, implement this industry or society 4.0, the so-called digital, revolution. But today, we are entering, or we are already entered into the industry 5.0, or if you like, society 5.0. So now we are more and more embracing the knowledge economy. So basically, how, and this is my research, experience, data must be transformed into knowledge, okay? And that's a big challenge, of course. Still, you need data, otherwise you cannot infer information first and actionable knowledge then. So data is the starting point. And it is so true that today all this fuss about artificial intelligence, it is because for the first time, I mean, we have so much data that it is possible to train these, new machine learning or deep learning based algorithms. This was unthinkable 10 years ago or even 7 years ago. Today is so feasible that, we have also discovered this generative AI that requires a lot of, data, and it is going to completely transform all the society, economy first, industry, and society. So that's, I think, why we need, data spaces, because if you don't access data and if you don't provide platforms, infrastructures, where you can combine computing capacities, data, and also these machine learning, or if you like, data-driven algorithms, you will never, be up to the speed of the other, the other countries such as the US or China, just to mention two. So, I mean, we really need, to embrace these new smartification models, and here it was mentioned, I mean, digital twin for citizens. I think it's quite normal, no? To talk about digital twins, I mean, of these smart, communities. So you need data, indeed, but this is my last message. Data is just one side of a coin that has analytics on the other side. So it is absolutely important to keep in mind that you don't have to collect data for collecting data, but you have to collect data to generate actionable knowledge.
completely agree, and I also think data is the key, but in order to utilize the key, you also need the infrastructure to really make this analysis happen, and that's maybe really also something that we should need to address in Europe, and that, for example, cannot directly completely all be funded in a data space call. I think the data space call can be a facilitator to make that happen.
Yeah, if I can just add, I mean, from a policy point of view, European Union, the Commission, just launched this AI factory initiative where this is the real aim, and their data spaces must be an important pillar, of course.
Yeah. So data spaces is a facilitator in order to make that happen, in order to bring the community to the data, but also also to the infrastructures that make this data analysis possible. Good, and thanks for that. Then I think we covered the first round. Looking at the time, at least we have the chance to go through one additional question, and for sure if there's then some interest around, please make yourself aware, because we can also add questions. Do you have an immediate one, please?
Yes, I understand.
Oh, I'm not sure if where's the remote one? Yes.
Yes, I understand the problem of data. I completely agree with Professor Nativi, especially with this kind of say disconnected. What we try to implement in the Mediterranean area is the idea of space data observatory center, learning observatory center locally. This means if you can convince and show to them the use of data, then the politician maybe they can approach you. Now, in this context here, we do not talk about, we talk about tool. This is a test tool. So we just bring a small river. How you can link water, soil, climate with data, and where you can plan infrastructure. This is an approach that has been already implemented in UK under the program called Credo. This means 2 or 3 ecosystems put together and show to the people what you can do with data. And this is a new approach. The problem is that, unfortunately, the politician is, I mean, even the call, the program from EU, they are not going to this direction. That's why you have to stick, and you will never pass any type of call if you think in this context here. Thank you.
Thank you for this, and I think we already said we need good examples and use cases in order to demonstrate the value. Coming back to you with this initial discussion about the need of geology. I think you also mentioned school, and the topic needs to be addressed at all the levels. But what do you see as the first steps in order to implement the data space? So what would be your priorities?
Okay, well, I think I would come back to the point of users again, because I think in order to make data spaces attractive and useful, it's a question of communicating what that attractiveness is. And just as in communicating data or data infrastructures or data spaces, their value, it needs to follow the same basic principles of good communication, which if you boil it all down to one thing, it's about the audience, it's about the users. So I think that what's really important is involving your audience right from the outset. And if I think about our situation where we've been working on this European geological data infrastructure, this is what we've been trying to do, is engage with who we see as important users of the data in the process of developing the infrastructure itself, to find out whether it's actually what they want, what kinds of tools do they want to use the data, do they need to use different kinds of data or different formats, and work with them to actually co-create it. So we've been trying to engage with different kinds of stakeholders, including the Commission, but also with industry stakeholders and so on, to understand what they actually need. And this, of course, has the dual benefits that we end up hopefully creating data products that are more fit for purpose. And also, it brings the data to the attention of the users, and hopefully they will draw it into their workflows and so on. So I think there have been some references to building the data infrastructures and so on, but I think it's not enough to build them. You know, it doesn't mean that users are going to come to you. You have to go to them and involve them in the process. I think also as a result of doing that, it becomes clear that it's really important to have user-friendly, intuitive, interoperable platforms that, you know, people can actually engage with. Because also we have to remember throughout that we're dealing with people. And one other thing that I wanted to mention, which Marta talked a little bit about earlier, was that that we also, in regard to dealing with people, there needs to be an incentive for users to whether it's data providers or particularly users to engage. And there might be lots of different reasons why they might want to. So it might be, for example, about developing research or simply the benefit of networking within a community, or some kind of data application for a service, or it might be about accessing funding, which is a big one. Particularly, I note that in our community, when you're dealing with national authorities and then trying to get them to use their resources at EU level, then funding always comes into the mix. But understanding what those motivations are and what those incentives are, and trying to bring that into the system and find synergies that are going to help to encourage engagement rather than preventing users from engaging, I think are really important. So I guess I would say that it's really important that we remember that we're dealing with people at the end of the line, and how they also, the relationships that they have and the way that they interact, and not just about the data. Yeah.
So the user-centric approach,
yes, very
I think
much.
it's something that we should consider. When I'm thinking about a farmer, I think a farmer is used to look at the weather forecast because he has immediately knowledge that this is an impact. So what needs a data space to add to the knowledge of a farmer to really have a similar impact like the weather forecast?
For the farmers, but also maybe general for the community. I think it's similar to while we're trying to develop smart farming services. You need to explain. That's the first step. I fully agree with your approach. And you need to explain, first of all, not using buzzwords and like terminology of GaiaX, the data plane, the control plane. Nobody will understand anything. On Friday we had an internal event at Ilvo to explain what is the data spaces, and I realized, that the level of understanding is completely different. So we have to use simple terms and explain what is the expected value. This is very important. And that what we are doing is not reflecting the vision of scientists, researchers, or technology vendors, but it's actually about collaboration, it's actually about development of value, and try also to explain that the value, especially for the farmers, I return back to the farmers, the value is also for the farmers. I mean, the farmers are not there only to generate data, but they may also have some benefit. And then, so in order to do that, you need to have some lighthouse or use cases. This is something that we have done. It takes a lot of time, a lot of convincing work to set up simple use cases. You don't have to demonstrate large AI models. This is something that probably the farmers will not understand, but simple ways that can improve their life. So stay close to the real life and explain, I mean, then back to the previous, using convincing hooks according to your audience. So for me as a data scientist, I can convince easier with the concept of knowledge AI, analytics, but for the farmer this is not relevant. You have to use other ways to convince him. Also the technology providers. And another comment, it's also about the farming industry and the farmers and the farmer cooperation, but in generally we have to support the transition, sorry. I mean, we ask from the SMEs or to invest money, to invest time, but that means that there is a transition phase in the engineering. So we need to find ways to support them, either with infrastructure, like simple, but make it something that they also understand what is simple and why we use simple, and which way they can avoid investment. Try to see if we can, if the government can support either by grants or tax incentives. This is another measure. Those are some conclusions of agri-data space. And this is related also with the skills. This is very important. And try to consider that for software developers, agriculture is not the sexiest industry, okay? If you are a data scientist, probably you don't want to work in agriculture. So we have to make it also sexy for for the other kind of stakeholders. And my comment for the knowledge, yes, for me especially, and for Ilvo, the knowledge AI and the shifting from data to knowledge space, it's a priority. Because data, I'm coming from the old school of engineering, we had the data, the information, you remember the pyramid? Yeah. So, and before, a few years ago was the smart data, that's another term that we're using, but actually it's how we can extract knowledge, is how it is possible to do something more efficiently. This is very important in agriculture, and use AI. I'm referring to the two calls that you mentioned, large AI, in order to support the efficiency of the decision support process, which is very important. The advisory. We need advice in agriculture, how to do something in a simple way so the farmers can understand.
So that they can really create value then out of this information.
Yes.
I think that's very important.
In the past, when I was also in Copa Cogeca, I mean, it's impossible for a farmer to become a data scientist or to perform data mining, okay? Because that was the story before. You remember the oil, and it's impossible for, it's not their job. Their job is something completely different. Okay.
We need to really consider what do they want to deliver and how can we support them in this deliverable, either make his life easier, make his maybe better yield at the end, or something like that, or higher quality. So I think that's the impact. That
they are also interesting for the social value. I mean, because now in the great project is the environmental, what will be the impact of their activities? This is very important also for them.
Yeah, for sure. So that's important, and that actually leads us to the next topic. Also thinking about, we already had it in the morning around. So there's a data space for the Green Deal, there's a city data space, there's an agri data space. So the question is, and I was especially thinking about this when I was thinking about the city. So city has a lot of different layers, a lot of different needs. You might need data from this data space, from another data space. So how do you see that these data spaces can work with each other, and that at the end a user getting benefit out of the orchestration of the data space? So what is there your approach in the city area?
That's a very good question. So maybe to answer this, I think it's good to contextualize what we mean by a data space for smart communities. So the strengths, or like the uniqueness of a smart communities data space lays in the fact that it's cross-sectorial. So while there are sectorial data spaces such as the mobility data space or energy data space, tourism data space, we understand smart communities as an environment where just as you have a lot of stakeholders, different kinds, you also have different sectors, and the data space here is actually plays the role to unlock these silos, to overcome the silos. So actually this is why you would make a data space for smart communities. You would potentially come with a use case in your mind, thinking, okay, let's take, for example, traffic management, and then you can combine tourism data, with mobility data, for example, but you can also get noise pollution in or air pollution in. So again, like this is the whole goal is to overcome these silos. Now, to how to actually make sure that we connect all these efforts. So there are a number of instruments in place that we also heard of today. So obviously we have Anna here from the Data Space Support Center. Again, this is an initiative that was launched together with the effort for all of these data spaces. So this comes from legislations. It's something that's part of a bigger strategy. It was thought through. There's a narrative here. Then we also have Simple, of course, that's there to, with the aim to connect them all. So that's, of course, we struggle with practical issues like day-to-day life for such as timeline, because, for example, Simple will become something towards the end of the year, but we are starting our pilots already in, like, the first round of applications we have in June. So we can inform the Simple, but we cannot necessarily use Simple. In the same way we also had with the Data Space Support Center that we were informing each other. So like this, we had actually such collaborations and cooperations allow us to make similar blueprints that the components to some extent have a overlap, and as such we can create communication between the data spaces, essentially interoperability. And of course, specifically in the smart communities domain, since EARSC is involved, we are looking at the minimal interoperability mechanisms. The idea is to basically define themes where we think that there is where the community actually thinks that there is a need for interoperability. We define requirements and capabilities for that essentially the technical mechanism should comply with. So these are just some of the examples that I think are there to definitely overcome redundancy, as you put it.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that was actually quite important things that actually already follow on to my next question to Stefano, because we really have the problem. We always have a project funding that is limited for a certain point in time, for 2 years, for 3 years. Projects and initiatives start at different points in time. So we have Destination Earth around, we have the long-lasting Copernicus program around, we have data spaces around, also there with different start times. But what can we do in order to ensure that this all fits together and follows a long-term plan of the Commission? So I know that's a super difficult question.
Exactly,
but
I mean, 1 million.
let's give it a try.
No, I mean, indeed.
You are on the policy side now.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is really policy. Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, I can try to raise some, arguments here, but then, of course, this is not the final solution. Of course, I mean, well, I mean, certainly, as it was mentioned, there is a strategy, and this is important because if you don't start with a clear strategy, then you will never, succeed. So, European Union has defined a data strategy as well as artificial intelligence strategies and so on. So, I mean, this is, I think, a quite good starting points. And then, of course, here another important starting point is what was called the digital sovereignty. So that's another important factor here. And digital sovereignty, of course, I mean, means many different things, including, we know very well, I mean, the regulations. So we have Data Act, GDPR, AI Act, I mean, the GDA, etc. So this is a very first high-level answer, So all the implementation or the development, task must be in this framework, okay? And that's one point. And another interesting point, I must say, is was then when we distinguish, when I say we, I mean European Union, we distinguish between what is research and what is more, the digital operational, development. So now we have Horizon Europe and the next, research framework, but still we have a digital European program. So that's another, important factor in order to facilitate this harmonization and the development of independent still, let's say, concurrent or combined efforts. Then, as I said, previously, we have to fully embrace the digital revolution. So, in policy terms, this is the Digital Decade Policy Program. So we have to really, implement that, because if you implement that, then all these infrastructures can be more easily sustainable, because users are, interested, because you provide, services to private and public, enterprises. And still, data, of course, is the starting point, but that, this knowledge generation in order to monitor, in order to manage, in order to smartify, or whatever you want to call it, but also to personalize services for citizens, or, for users. So, it is not easy, it is not simple, I know, and this is policy, but clearly, this is what, for example, the council, provides. Then it's up to the commission. So I can now, unload. Then it's up to the commission to provide. No, I'm kidding. Of course, a lot has been done in the past years here. And now I think that we have provided a lot of important instruments, but certainly we have to work more, for sure. And here I come back to what has been said by Mattia here. We must be flexible, because what we have learned, at least I have learned in the past years, 10 or 15 years, it is that things are naturally going to change from a political, social, and economic, and technological way. So you must be flexible. If you want to sustain all these infrastructures, all these programs, initiatives for a long time, then they must be designed in order to be future-proof. That basically means to be flexible, because they can be sustainable easily for a short time. But if they are aiming to something beyond a few years, then they must be flexible. And this is why today there is this strong interest in what are called ecosystems, because in the natural domain, until now they have proven to be resilient, and to evolve over time. So maybe we can do the same for data spaces or for digital infrastructures. This is, of course, a challenge, because we don't know yet how evolvable or viable they are. But I think that this is, from a technical point of view, what I would like to suggest. To include every time this flexibility, because things for sure are going to change.
Yes, completely agree. Looking at Nivina, I know that we also need to keep time a bit. If possible, I would just ask for one or two audience questions, and then basically close in order to facilitate also the next panel discussion. Are there some emerging questions around, or thoughts that you would like to add to the discussion towards flexibility? Everything needs to be simple. That was also something. Yes.
To any one of all these amazing communities, have you seen a change in patterns of the way data sharing has been done because of data spaces? Because there's new challenges, everybody knows how to do data sharing within their own domain. You've worked very hard. People know their communities, their standards, this and that. But can you see already the effect of data spaces taking effect in terms of opening the doors to those that are not your friends, your users, your communities? Hello.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily that we see a change, but I mean, let's not forget that the way we built all these blueprints is that we didn't reinvent the wheel. The point was not to reinvent the wheel, but rather to go around and look at best practices. So what are the things that are already out there and consolidate all of the examples across Europe into one blueprint. So in that sense, the concept of data spaces may be as such something new, but in fact it's just a consolidation of ongoing efforts. But I do think that in specifically in the smart communities, I think it just what I enjoy seeing is that we see a shift from looking at, for example, the conversation was like for so long the hot topic was digital twins, and there was no take up. And why? Because the data was not there. The technology is there, but the data is not. So because we have to first go around and unlock and make the data available. So in that sense, it's nice to see that there is a shift towards like, okay, let's just go take a step back and let's start from the beginning of data and making the data available.
I will speak only based on what I have seen in the Flemish community, okay, here in Flanders. First of all, data sharing or exchange of data, it was something that has already been done. It is a daily practice for our industry, using files, FTP, or even APIs. It's not something new as a concept. What we have seen right now, due to efforts that of Ilvo, but also the Ministry of Technology and Agoria and many different organizations, that the community they start thinking, yes, maybe we have to change, maybe we have to adapt, but I don't have seen yet investments, only from the government, not from the private sector. Because the private sector in agriculture in Flanders, when I arrived in 2018, they had already a lot of investments shifting from premise to cloud. It was, and this is something that we had to consider a lot. I mean, if you see that an organization like Milkobel has invested a lot of money and effort to shift from premise to cloud with SAP and or Microsoft Azure, you have to consider these kind of things. You don't return back and say everything you have invested until now, put them aside and start working with connectors. This is, for me, it's a very bad approach, okay? Nobody is going to accept it. The CEO will take the suggestion, if ever goes to the CEO, and will throw it to the trust carpets. So this is something that what I have seen, and also from the farmers. But don't expect to go to the farming community and the first thing they are going to say to you is about data spaces. No, they have other issues that are very important for their sustainability right now.
Okay, thank you. There's no further question around. With that, I would just hand over to the master of ceremony. I don't know, is it Nevena or Mark?
I don't know either anymore.
Good.
Okay.
And before we close, just for sure, thanks to all the panelists. Thanks for answering the questions and providing us insights into your domain and your activities. So thanks again from my side, and now really handing over to Nevena.
Thank you, Christian, and of course, thank you for our panelists. Of course, we had advisory board members and the two sectoral data spaces. So just to accelerate the program, we still have one panel left about the implementer's perspective and how we are really going to make those data spaces. So instead of having a very short break, I would like to ask Marta Gutierrez from the EGI Foundation to join me. and introduce her panel. So the idea is that we will still do this panel and then very quick closing remarks. So this is the last panel for today.
We'll keep it light. We'll keep it active. We welcome interventions from the audience to keep us all awake after all this day. We're very thankful to hear. So we've heard the challenges from the communities. We heard what do they want data spaces for. It's not for the sake of data spaces or for new funding programs. It's for the sake of making their lives easy, to improve processes or to put real-world examples into practice. So I'm going to introduce myself. I am Marta Gutierrez from the EGI Foundation. I would love to introduce my company, but we have the director here in the panel, so she's going to do a much better job at that than me. We have an amazing panel, I believe. Tiziana, Leona, Thurston, and Lucia. I will let them introduce themselves. We're going to touch on we're going to try to understand. Sotirios is here? No, he's gone. He called it the moment of truth, right? So we're going to try to figure out what truthness it is to implementing data spaces. And therefore, we're going to be touching on technology and more again of interoperability but from a practical perspective. We're going to talk about business models, and for sure we're going to talk about legal. So I have 4 amazing speakers here. So I would like you to introduce yourselves in relation to the topics. If you can bring anything into the panel from the previous panel, so they can be interlinked in between all these topics. But for now, you have the microphones there. Actually, I'm going to give a priority to the minorities. So we have Thurston here. Thurston, please introduce yourself.
Okay, I guess that doesn't happen very often in a more technical context that I'm in the minority, so to speak. So thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Thorsten Reitz. I'm a co-founder and CEO of WeTransform. It's a company established 9 years ago with the objective of making environmental data more accessible and usable. I guess we're most well known for actually being probably the largest implementer of Inspire, with about 1,200 organizations having been supported in this process by us, and many of these also using our cloud infrastructure to actually share their data. Now, this is mostly open data, and in our experience of the last few years, there's also a lot of proprietary sensitive data that would be really important to get out there in the to the communities that need to make decisions about making our world a more sustainable place, and that's basically what we want to support. Maybe just one word on my background. So I actually came to this world from a computer graphics background, but I'm really always very interested in what I'm visualizing and what impact that has. And this has led me to kind of this area of data interoperability and harmonization and so on. Because in the end, we can all make nice pictures, and especially generative AI can make nice pictures. But if the data that's going in is kind of bad quality, you all know what they say, shit in, shit out pretty much. So I think it's really important that we have the best data possible to make decisions, and that's why I'm here.
Okay, you can pass the microphone to Luisa. Is that okay? We will come back to you. Yeah.
Excellent.
Luisa.
Thanks. So yes, I'm part of the IDC contingent here today. My name's Louisa Barker, and I'm a research manager, and I work on the government insights team there. So my background is in sustainability and urbanism from a variety of different angles. I've worked at city innovation accelerators. I spent quite some time working at the World Bank in disaster risk management. And now at IDC, I really look at the role that data and technology play in the delivery of different government services. So I've been part of the GREAT project along with Marta and others, and I've been really focusing on the business model aspects of the data spaces. And we've developed a few case studies of existing either early data spaces or data sharing initiatives, and mapping that to the business model canvas. I don't know if many of you are familiar with that, of Osterwalder, to really draw out the different components and be able to compare across. So that's the context of why I'm here today. Thanks.
Very good. We'll go deep into that a bit later. Tiziana.
So I'm Tiziana Ferrari. I'm director of EGI Foundation. It's a coordinating entity established in Amsterdam, which coordinates about 200 research data centers, primarily in Europe, but also Canada, Latin America, and Africa. We started through our federation members. Most of our members are mandated organizations from research ministries back in 2000. With the objective of federating research data for international research collaborations. And from the onset, this was at that time a grassroots initiative, a number of scientific collaborations, especially in the area of physics, got together, federating the three elements of the triangle that were presented by Stefano in the previous panel, which was computing hardware facilities, the research data, and the applications to facilitate exchange and access to research data at large scale internationally across countries and institutions. So this is where we come from, and in this panel I like to share some of the highlights from our participation in what has been mentioned, the research data space, the European Open Science Cloud, which is one of the first initiatives that already was kicked, I think in 2016, so already a few years ago. And in the last years, a number of major European and national players have been coming together to address many of the common topics we are seeing today in the great project, which touch upon governance, how you facilitate research data access, interoperability challenges, and business models. And of course, the European Open Science Cloud initiative, where EGI participates mostly for the computing fabric, has been succeeding in a number of areas, and I believe that some of the lessons learned could be also taken on by the implementation project of GREAT. I believe it will take time, not just one implementation project for such a large initiative to take off, because the number of stakeholders is huge, the number of use cases and the potential is huge, so it will be critical that there is sustained support to the GREAT data space, or let's say the implementation phase of the data space. But there is also a proper approach in being effective in building gradually to achieve momentum. So I hope in the panel we can bring these items.
Okay, Leona.
Yes, my name is Leona King, and I am a legal researcher at the Centre for IT and IP Law at KU Leuven. We are the legal and governance partner for the Data Space Support Centre, and within that capacity I've had the joy of chairing the governance thematic group and the governance expert group, during which time I think I can reaffirm what Anna already mentioned, that GREAT has done great work in terms of providing input, sometimes giving us difficult questions that we didn't quite have the answer to, but it has been a wonderful experience in terms of discussing with the community of practice as well, because I think as the DSSC we really rely on the work that is happening with sectorial CSAs so that they can bring this to us, that we can then try and generalize and see what the common challenges are. So hopefully in this panel I can discuss both the legal aspects, the governance challenges, but also give some insights into what the community of practice is really experiencing and the challenges that they see.
That's a wonderful introduction, thank you. So let's go to the meat of the panel, right? I'm gonna, it's our last panel, it's our last opportunity to discuss within the GREAT project. So I would like to really get very strong messages, that we can take forward for the implementations, and I'm sure you're gonna give us all the answers. Or whether it's not an answer, we would just put it there and try to find the solutions in the next phase. So I'm gonna start again with with our head of the panel, with Thorsten, and I'm gonna go into interoperability. Thorsten, I know you've worked a lot into this area. I know that we may want to tackle interoperability in different aspects, in technical, in legal. I will leave it for Leona, or organizational, and it's a lot of work. It's the favorite topic. One of the most challenging bits. The interoperability, the semantics in this. It needs great investments from organizations in order to make things interoperable. But do you think users care? Do you need that after all this semantic interoperability, do you need that a user thinks, I really want this data in this standard? Yeah, what we've heard from the previous channel, it was that they just want to improve their lives, right? Or they just want to find more efficient process. So do you have a plan? Do we have a plan on how interoperability, is interoperability a pathway for usability? So can we keep the users happy with all these investments? Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of questions. I think I'll start actually with the point where the users care. So it's a bit of a paradoxon as usual. You don't care about all the usability and interoperability that you already have, but you do care a bit about interoperability for others, I would say. So in fact, when you're using something like a modern GIS software, the fact that you can bring in data from 1 million different services, literally all over the world, you can bring in raster layers, you can bring in vector, sensor data, all of that is due to all the work in interoperability that has been done in the last 30 plus years, actually. And that's true in so many areas of our lives. So we kind of tend to forget that I can actually take my charger for my phone and plug it in Italy, in Austria, in Germany, doesn't matter, yeah? It's interoperable. And we have that with USB-C, which I guess is a famous thing for the European Union, and so on. So there's so many areas where interoperability is taken for granted by the people who have experienced it once. So yes, it's true, there's continuous investment required, and it means changing for people, it means changing of physical and soft infrastructure in many cases. So it can be a bit painful. But at the same point, I really think you get used to it so quickly once it's there, and then you forget about it. So it has actually improved the life of many people basically already through so many means. Yeah, if you just go more consciously through your day-to-day life and think, okay, this is something that's now interoperable that wasn't like a while back, you'll find many, many experiences. Yeah, and another thing is that interoperability really also tends to facilitate is actually an improvement of data quality. So even if you are used to using data in exactly the way you've done before there was a standard, often because there is now a standard, the data that you work with is also being held to a higher quality level of control. And you also asked whether interoperability is a pathway for adoption, and I would just revert that question actually. So if you think, okay, there is this data set, it's in a really weird proprietary format that I need a super special software to use for, and it's not really documented, I don't know anything about it, etc. Would I actually consider using that? Maybe it's my only chance, but I would have a lot of work to actually use it. So if I revert that question, I would really say, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially things like accessible, understandable documentation, using open formats, open APIs to access and read the data, and define semantics and conceptual models. These are really the things that make data usable. Yeah, and we've seen this again and again. As soon as you provide these, the data gets used, it gets adopted, and quite a lot. And finally, justifying investments into interoperability is kind of the big question, I guess. But again, I would suggest looking at the alternatives. It's a bit like when we look at protecting the climate. So we can also just continue to create emissions, and we can try to adapt. But just this last week, a study was released again that basically shows that actually reducing emissions would be more cost effective by a factor of at least 6. And it's very similar with interoperability. So we can either invest into this infrastructure, take the long perspective, do it step by step, continue the work that has been done over the last 20, 30 years, or we can basically say, well, we don't care and we'll try to do it at a hoc later on in an unorganized fashion. It will also work, it will just be much more painful and expensive. Yeah, hope I got all the points.
Front, let's keep working on interoperability. I've heard so many times like, data space, it's yet another catalog, and they just don't see the work behind the scenes, right? Which is interoperability, which is a user happy because they can implement so many formats in one app. Yeah, is the user happy or investors happy because in the long term it's going to make their kids cheaper, right? And their investments cheaper. Everybody agrees? Any comments to that? Any reactions? Panel reactions? Yeah.
So I'd like to bring the experience of the European Open Science Cloud about interoperability. through DG Connect and RTD, from the onset, there was a lot of focus on FAIR. So this is an acronym that is now common, but in fact started from a number of scientific communities, which means findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reuse. And this has been one of the largest parts of the program, and it is foreseen to be an ongoing objective for another 20 years. Environmental research infrastructures have been actively participating at European level, but this is going to be something which really takes a lot of effort and continuous funding. And nobody denies the importance of interoperability, but for the funders, this is typically not a very sexy activity to create interest, because you have to demonstrate the impact, and the funders want impact. What is the result of this money after 5 or 8 years? And in large sectors, you can't really demonstrate greater adoption. I think there was a question, what can you say as a success factor in the previous panel? Now that you have data spaces, it will be very difficult also for the Green Deal data space to claim success in a shorter time frame, but the funding agencies have to be patient, and the business model has to be defined correctly upfront to make sure that funding doesn't drain, and then there is new politicians at European level, and then the initiatives will change, and you have a change of wind, and everything is dropped on the floor. We have seen this many, many times. So interoperability is important, but at the same time, what we have seen in EARSC, and perhaps a lesson learned, and I hope for the Green Deal data space, this can be tackled from the beginning, is defining what is the business model and what is for data providers in being part of the Green Deal data space. We have seen many initiatives in the research sector saying, oh, if I don't participate, I won't have a funding or enough visibility, but a little thinking about what is different for me as an initiative in participating, what is the value proposition of being part of a data space. So the risk, if there is no business model or understanding of what is the glue and the value proposition for the stakeholders, then of course the initiative will continue unfolding, but then in the end there is no real understanding what is the glue connecting all the stakeholders. And in the end, this brings the topic to business models. So what is really for me as a data provider to go to a data space, or for users to go to a data space set of services, which justifies this level of coordination. So perhaps this is also a question for you as a stakeholder representative, defining the value proposition and having a very focused implementation plan, which is focused on this common minimal set of service activities, coordination structures. Is not just about IT, it's also about human activities, all of that, understanding the value proposition and who would pay for that in the future, not as an aftermath, but from the beginning. That will help a lot driving the Green Deal data space, especially because, as we said, it's very broad, many stakeholders. So if value proposition is not defined from the beginning, it will be difficult to sustain growth and expand significantly.
Thanks, Tiziana. You're making my life easier, because in fact I'm gonna throw all of that into Luisa, which comes next, which is the natural evolution of Luisa is our business model representative. So I think all these remarks for Tiziana are very well taken into sustainability, business model, value proposition. Just tell us, is there a magic formula for all of this? I wish we had it, but tell us, Luisa, give us our thoughts into the long-term sustainability and remarks from Tiziana.
Wonderful. Well, I wish there were a magic formula, absolutely. So as part of the research, we've been looking at the business models of existing data sharing initiatives or early data space initiatives. And I think, a few of the core components that are required to ensure the sustainability, to your point, is absolutely definition and continuous redefinition of the value proposition, both for the users but also the data providers. And one of the projects that we looked at that was very interesting, and the case study is in the final report if you have a chance to look at the details, is the CO2 Data Hub. And it's led by the Vastu Group, so a private sector IT organization. And essentially, it's a data exchange platform to share emissions data across the construction and real estate industry. And when we were speaking to them about the value proposition for the data providers, what's the incentive for them to be involved, they had an interesting point where they said, well, it's forever evolving and changing. We are looking at the value proposition now, and a lot of that was linked to CSRD reporting and the immediate needs, but they have mechanisms in place to check back in with their user community and say, okay, what's really driving your involvement at this stage, and what do you see your future needs being? So I think that idea of evolution, coming back to the previous channel, or flexibility, is critical. I think to bring a lot of the discussion that we've been having today together, having a really strong and engaged partner ecosystem was one of the defining features of successful data sharing initiatives that have been going for long periods of time. And I think that's something that we'll come back to later in the panel, and has been discussed a lot today. And where I see the biggest challenge going forward is really the part of looking at different revenue models and experimenting with that. So again, coming to the CO2 data hub, they started off as a pilot project, and they're going through that phase of experimenting with different revenue models, including fee per data transaction, subscription. They haven't understandably landed on a specific model yet, but it's that experimentation phase that I think really needs to be kind of documented, discussed, exchanged going forward.
That takes into account many of the points already actually done at the first panel, where evolution of the user needs and evolutions of the perception, it has to be considered even from the business model point of view. So thanks for all your remarks on that. We'll go deeper into it in a little bit. So it leaves us to Leona. Leona, you're a handful of a person that understands data and legal. I don't think there's many people around like you. So it's it is a pleasure to have you in this panel. How do we understand data spaces as a legal instruments? Are they the legal instruments in order to ensure compliance? I mean, we've presented, the plethora of legislation going on, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, it goes in all directions. So, the legal documents, they are complex things to understand. They are not black and white. But tell us, I mean, you have a lot of background in here from your experience, DSSC mobility, but just tell us what your perception is on how the legalities, are we going to be able, data spaces are going to be able to help us with all these legalities?
No, I'll try not to disappoint, thank you. For that, I think it's nice to frame data spaces and kind of legal frameworks in two ways. So I would start by saying that Johan already presented kind of the legal framework as supporting data spaces. And secondly, I think now we're starting to look more at data spaces actually supporting compliance with these legal frameworks as well. So as you kind of showed the plethora of legislation that we have, I think my colleague referred to it as the subway station, kind of the different ones. And then again, great to have even more sectorial legislation. I feel as though within the DSSC, we started with trying to understand these different legislations and how they relate to data spaces, because we kind of have this soft definition of data spaces in the EU legislation. So trying to actually look at how this legislation applies to different data spaces was kind of our initial step. So for example, under the DDDGA in particular, we had the question of data intermediation service providers and how this relates to data spaces. And this is still an ongoing discussion. So we've started it. We continue to restart the conversation again with a bigger community. And as Johan mentioned, we have 2 recognized data intermediaries in the union. But within our community of practice, we also have a number of other initiatives that are interested in this kind of recognition as a data intermediary. And I think the initial narrative, there was a sense of confusion around the term, a bit of hesitation towards the requirements. but we see more and more initiatives seeing this more as an opportunity, so wanting to embrace this idea of being a neutral, trusted data intermediary. So I think it's a process in terms of kind of developing our understanding of this new legislation that we have and what it means in terms of the opportunities. So when it comes to interoperability, we also have requirements for smart contracts in the Data Act. We have the European Health Data Space Regulation as well. So this is continuing to evolve and for us to understand what it means for data spaces under the law. So that kind of goes to our first legal frameworks of supporting data spaces. And then now, as we consider more how data spaces and how we design data spaces to really ensure compliance, is I think the direction that we're going in now. So learning from different experiences when it comes to GDPR and privacy enhancing technologies, and how these could also maybe be implemented into the data spaces. Other things such as consent management, digital tools for consent management. I think the conversation is going more in this direction, how data spaces can really ensure compliance with this plethora of legislation. And with that, I know we've kind of discussed it already, but particularly AI development. With the AI Act, you see certain requirements on data governance. So when we're thinking about requirements for data quality, etc., the potential for data spaces to really support meeting these data governance requirements in the AI Act, I think this is kind of where the conversation is going. So I think it's really interesting, and we need to see both the legal framework as an enabler for the data spaces, but data spaces also supporting this compliance and reducing burdens when it comes to possibly accounting and reporting.
Very nice remarks. I think we need to make this visible to the communities that the laws are there to support, to enable and for opportunities. This may not be the perception when we go outside Europe, but when we presented this plethora in Australia or in America, people are, they are the legislation freaks, and they roll their eyes. But I think the story to be told in here is that this is not really for the sake of putting more paperwork into legal. It's for the sake of really ensuring fair conditions, for everybody and to raise opportunities.
And I think, as it's been said, it's going back again to that vision and the strategy that we have, and that it's part of this kind of broader plan, and the legislation is an important pillar of that. So seeing how this works with data spaces, I think we can try and realize that fair, more trustworthy data exchange that we want.
Is this something in the lines of an upfront investment? Like, is this going to make us go slower into the AI objectives or something? That's what people say, oh, you're going to be late because of all this legal stuff. But do you think in the end is this going to pay off?
I think it remains to be seen, but we do see initiatives. So when we're talking about examples, like the language data space is already very kind of evolved when we look at the different governance frameworks it has as well. I think it's interesting to reflect on the fact that some data spaces, such as the language data space, has the benefit of kind of legacy projects. So it's built on, years, decades of research. So this isn't something that's completely new, though we have this kind of explosion of generative AI. There has been initiatives and projects which I think these data spaces continue to build on, that are going to try and mean that we realize kind of AI development in Europe, but also more on the EU terms. So we want more that kind of AI development with EU values and rules. And I think that's the role for data spaces here.
Yeah, very nice. I'm going to move to Tiziana again, if that's okay. So Tiziana, you've brought your EOS perspective, the research perspective, but I'm going to bring here all the technology, the technical needs, of what it takes to build an infrastructure of a pan-European infrastructure. From the EI Federation point of view, this has been on the making. We've put together a European infrastructure. What does it take? What does it take to bring a technical pan-European infrastructure at an operational level? Just tell us a story. Yes, I want to wake people up. So tell us the nicest story of success.
Okay. So I hope I can bring some hope. Well, actually, I like to start from our perspective as EGI Federation and then move into EARSC. So from EGI infrastructure started as a series of 2 research projects from DG Connect back in 2000. And after 5 years, in 2005, the infrastructure started in production with 15 data centers from different continents. I find that this is a record time because the first data taking, which was necessary at that time for the CERN experiments to get ready with data taking for the Higgs boson Nobel Prize, and this led to other discoveries in other scientific domains. In 7 years, the infrastructure was ready with a full stack, meaning the infrastructure, the research data, the data policies, the sharing, the agreements, which were, of course, very community-specific, plus the federating element, which included trust and identity management as a key, sometimes given as a granted, but an instrument to allow users to log in with recognized credentials and a common trust framework to accept users. That was a fundamental breakthrough, and the first at the international level at that time. We are talking about 20 years ago. And then mechanisms for reporting on usage of data access and computing resources and applications. So with a very strong business model and value proposition, I believe also the Green Deal data space can accomplish tremendous results in a few years. But this requires a lot of drive from stakeholders that commit and have a clear value proposition in getting together and deciding what they want to put together and consider as a collective asset which has to be shared at the data space level. And the collective assets are not just technical. I've mentioned some elements of federation, but it's also policies, how you manage security when you have multiple suppliers. It's organizational, who controls what. So I'd like to stop for a second on the organizational model of a data space. In existing federated initiatives, SGI is one, but there are many others in the research sector. There is a concept of having national nodes or thematic nodes, for example, thematic data, which are being federated at European level, and what is being delivered by the nodes in terms of business model, access, APIs, etc., is entirely delegated, devolved to the node. But at European level, there is some common set of assets which are decided according to a European governance. And this is typically central services which are jointly paid by the members because they are an element of common interest. So everyone joins sustaining the services with funding. And then there is also an incentive at the node level. In the scientific sector, it's not money, but it's citations. The citations is currency. So the more your data is being cited and means more discovered, more accessible, the more successful you will be in your publications and the scientific career. And you can easily draw a parallelism with the public sector and the private sector. So the more your data is being reused, or your services as enabling services on top of raw data, the more you will impact your policies or your business. So we separated the 2 levels of governance. Every node participates with some assets which are relevant as a data space, but not everything. Maybe a company or a research institute only brings research data which is relevant at pan-European level according to some agreed policies and interoperability standards. You control that. You decide which users or customers you want to support in a B2B fashion. But this doesn't prevent, for example, that your data can be part of a mobility data space or another data space. It's your responsibility as a node to connect according to agreed policies. And what defines the data space is this common level of commonality which brings the stakeholders together. So if this is defined up front in a way which is evolving and starting with a minimum critical set, then organic development can be guaranteed. The business model is also critical in the scientific domain, and now I'm going to EARSC. This is a problem which is still being actively discussed after many years of bringing this to the table. And the value proposition for scientific communities incoming in a data space is that when you have scientific communities requiring secondary use of data, they cannot deliver their science without accessing data from given social sciences and humanities research performing organizations, environmental data, and combine it. So they cannot achieve their mission if they don't have this data available. What happens in the scientific sector is that data is produced in experiments or projects which have a fairly limited lifespan. And then once the project is over, the funding is no longer available, the scientists are no longer available to maintain and curate the data. And then the data cannot be reused, even if it's relevant to other scientific projects. So there is a fundamental issue on how science is funded. And even in the best or better organized European organizations which have committed institutes which maintain curated data, if it's big data, like in Copernicus, there is exactly the same problem. You have the data in archives, not on spinning disks. You don't have an infrastructure, not even an economic model in the scientific world where you can charge projects or scientists to reuse the data. And why so? Because these organizations are typically funded nationally to support their national stakeholders, not to support users from other countries, for example, unless certain conditions apply. So even if you have the technical infrastructure available, the marginal cost of supporting users who are not your stakeholders is not there. So the interest, so this is the business value that scientific communities bring is, if you have a proper business model, then they will have to have a revenue in terms of money, which sustains the scientists, pay for the infrastructure for processing the data, like, for example, in the DIAS initiative or the Copernicus data space. So it's a very similar issue that the EARSC data space addresses, just, of course, it's affecting and facing different types of policies which are peculiar. But as a concluding line, technical developments can be achieved quickly if you have a strong drive from your stakeholders. But business model, common value proposition, upfront commitment to sustain the cost of certain level of coordination in the data space is fundamental to ensure that the engine keeps running and increases the speed over time.
So that's what it takes for a successful data space. Yeah, you can pass it on, because obviously the what does it take to put a technical infrastructure of this scope in an operational mode? We can see that the challenges go in many directions. But I hear that clear responsibilities, clear definition of roles, clear scopes, as well as a clear business model, which is one of the toughest things, right? If many of tough things, but I don't know, Luisa, if you can tell us any success stories. Maybe there aren't as of today. Yeah, maybe we have not found a way on how to make all the data sharing the story sustainable in the long term, because we are questioning these things now, maybe because of the societal challenges that we have. I don't know if we want to share some final remarks into any success stories, into how can we make this successful in the way of going forwards. Do we have to change our minds? Do we have to change people's minds? Or is it just a matter of finding the sweet spot, where everybody's going to be happy and find their value proposition?
Okay, that's a big question.
no,
it's a good one because it comes to the
you don't have to have all the answers. Maybe somebody from the audience can share the remarks, because that is tough. It's a tough part. Yeah, we've seen it again and again. Yeah, projects finish, they run out of budget, and everything goes off the board, which is a shame, really.
We have to solve this in the next 13 minutes. So.
Okay, I'll give you my hot takes. Okay, so I think, yes, the challenge of moving from pilots into, sustainable long-term production is absolutely
very quick.
Crux of what we're talking about. Okay, so I'll focus on a good example, because, that's a nice place to end, don't worry. And again, coming back to the CO2 hub that I mentioned earlier. So it started off as an EU-funded project led by the Bastu Group. And after the project finished, it found a new home and is being sustained. And it's currently being coordinated. I'm just going to make sure I get this right. So the Kira Hub is a real estate industry innovation ecosystem, and it's part of the Finnish AI Regional Innovation Hub. So this is an existing ecosystem that has been going for some time, the Kira Hub, and it has a very engaged community across the construction and real estate sector. So it's really a natural home for that project, and has enabled what was a pilot to be continued, and the list of use cases is only increasing as time goes on. And so good success story. Again, the details are in the case study. I wish I could say a bit more about it, but I can see the eyes on me, so I'll call that a day.
Okay, so very quickly, Thorsten and Leona, I want to hear stories of hope and success going forward. Yeah, let's make this moment of truth. In terms of your interoperability message. Yeah, tell us how a success story. Going forward.
For sure. So I think there are quite a few. The one that's probably not so well known to this community is how much data exchange there is in the transport industry in general. Think of just aviation, of the functional airspace blocks and so on. All of that wouldn't work if there wasn't interoperability. And that improves all our lives by far, because the reliability is higher, etc. So all the traffic management and so on there are something that's really important. A little bit closer, maybe also to mention Inspire. So a lot of investment was done by data holders in Inspire. And just on the services that we run on our public cloud, we see between 7 and 12 million requests to that data per day. Now, obviously, that's long tail. There's some data sets that are used a lot and some that aren't used at all, but that's typical of any kind of digital catalog. And again, people are just assuming that it is there. So they've been integrating that, and as soon as one of our servers goes offline, we get complaints, and I take that as a very positive sign.
Turn it off and see what happens. Yeah. That's a good success story. Leona, just tell us any success stories from the legal application of that you can tell us. You've seen a lot in DSSC, in your participation in some of the CSAs. Tell us a message of hope and success.
Yeah, exactly. I think as a message of hope, I will say that on the topic of data intermediaries, we have success stories in terms of the two that we now have recognized, but also I think we have a lot of hope, especially in terms of the role of the DSSC in bringing together this community. As I said, we started kind of a series of workshops now where we're working with the Commission as well to really unpack this definition. So my research centre, we've done our part in terms of doing a bit of a legal analysis, but even that's just one contribution. We also need to make sure that that's actually applied in a more practical way as well. And we also have to have the kind of business model aspect as well as other kind of technical aspects too, so how we really look at the functions of a data space and how can it apply to the definition of data intermediaries. So I think this is very much a story of hope, learning from different success stories. So the likes of Data Space Europe sharing with us what they've done and the kind of reasons behind their recognition as a data intermediary, as well as the process, because it's going to be a process for different entities to actually notify and apply and then go through the procedures too. So I think we're learning from the success stories that we have, but also hopefully it's a message of hope in terms of as a community coming together to learn from one another. And on that note, I would say that the GREAT project has also provided a lot of very valuable input for us as the DSSC, and hopefully then we can share that with other initiatives as well, because a lot of the governance challenges that you identified aren't just purely for the GREAT or Green Deal kind of domain. Rather, we see it kind of more general governance challenges that I think we can collectively try and leverage our knowledge and research. So yeah, a message of hope.
Okay, so this is the moment of truth. We have the message, we're ready. There is a lot of hope that we can do by sharing, by learning from existing initiatives, by putting investments up front, and by learning from what already works out there. So we will take all these messages forward. Any question, any final questions from the community? Mark has been burning there.
Sorry, I'm the guy who's always asking questions, but there were two comments that were made just now which I thought were very interesting. I've been having conversations with different people about how to design the Green Deal data space from a technological statement. And several people have said, well, what are the use cases? And then we can design to make the use cases work. But I'm hearing two things, one from you and one from you. One is the use cases are never ending, and we are successful if the use cases continue to come over and over again. That's actually a positive thing. So how do we respond to that? And you're saying there is value in having the long tail of data, or the big pile of data, that in itself does in fact generate usage and aggregation and the creation of new products. So I'd like to kind of get both of you and other people to speak to this as to whether that's, we need to design for unknown future use cases and design for an infinity of data. Because are either of those things necessary for sustainability?
Maybe a quick thought. So the first thing is for me, so we all know the Green Deal has a time frame of about 30 years, which is quite long. And it really means we should think of this as infrastructure. In the sense like we think of bridges and railways, infrastructure and so on. So this means we need to design it with some robustness in mind and with some flexibility, quite certainly. We also need to think of how do we actually finance that in the long run. And we should also be clear that classical business models are often not that good in working on such infrastructure. If I just think of German railway, for example. So I think those are kind of the challenges, but at the same time, it's necessary because we will need to have the flexibility. We don't know exactly what vehicles, so to speak, will drive on our roads and so on. And yeah, there's so many things that can be of value that you do not anticipate, or at least I don't anticipate in advance and really see then, okay, this is exactly what made the major breakthrough in, I don't know, seabed fauna analysis or something like that. It's hard to anticipate that from my perspective. For the second part, I think I'll hand over.
Excellent. Yes, so I think the key word there is flexibility, and I think, it's almost a chicken and egg question. I think absolutely important to start with core use cases that people can gather around and understand tangibly what it means to be involved and gain value from a data space. Then I think it turns into more of a governance or community of practice question. So how do you ensure that remains relevant and is really talking to the everyday needs and challenges of a broad variety of stakeholders? We've talked a lot about the agricultural space. How do we continue making sure that the tools and use cases are aligned with what I need to do my job better and create more sustainable outcomes? So I think then an engaged community of practice that continues to feed back from across public and private sector is probably the way to continue that dialogue.
Great. Others?
Questions? Maybe nice. Are we in time constraints? We're good. Yeah. Otherwise, we're done. Yeah, with this. Any final thoughts? I really enjoy your contributions. It was a very interesting conversation. I took a few keywords and things and messages to go forwards. And thank you very much for your contribution and participation. Yeah.
Thank you, Marta, and thank you also for the panel. So as I said, this was our last panel, and now we go to the closing. So I don't know if we could just switch to the next slide. Unfortunately, I don't have the clicker or.
It's over there.
Final slide. Okay. I wanted to share a picture. This is when we started. It was back in September. I think it was the EGI conference in Prague. So you can see the initial consortium when we started the work. So, of course, I would like to thank everyone who joined us here today, and also many of you still stayed here until the last moment. So thank you so much. And, of course, you heard this morning that there is the deployment coming up for the Green Deal data space. And it's not a secret that our consortium is super interested about the deployment. So we are really looking at it and studying it into details, what is in the call for the proposal. So that's why I would like to share also with the community that we have an open express of interest on our website. There is a form that I encourage everyone to fill out, and then we are checking the applications there and then reaching out to some relevant stakeholders. So once again, thanks everyone for joining us also here in Brussels. And if there is still someone online, I would like to thank also the online participants. And yeah, and thanks everyone for the great work in this past 20 months. So thank you. Oh, sorry, one last thing. Yes, we should take a picture. Yeah, like do another one. An update comparing to what we had in September. I forgot about it.